Introducing the Brawl Stars Championship 2021. We're here to give you the latest scoop on the tournament, which comprises 8 seasons, each with 3 stages every month. Each season begins with the Championship Challenge, a global event where those who win 15 games before 3 losses advance to the next stage. The second stage of each season is the monthly qualifier, where players form organized teams and battle it out for points and glory within each region. And you guessed it, the third stage is the regional monthly final, where the top 8 teams from each qualifier play in broadcasted matches for even more points towards the World Finals. Now listen here, folks. Each region has allocated World Final slots. Here to help us take a regional tour is none other than our friend Spike. This year, we have 7 amazing regions competing in the tournament. Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Latin America, South. Mainland China. North America and Latin America, North. East Asia, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia. And of course, Southeast and South Asia, Australia, and New Zealand. Winners take home cash from a stash of over $1 million. We can't wait to see you there.
What up, Brawlers? Good to see you guys again. As usual, it's monthly finals time. As usual, you're stuck with me and ReddySet. ReddySet, how you doing, man?
Doing fantastic. Cannot wait to get into this month. We've seen the meta shake up quite a bit with our last patch, and I can't wait to see how it's going to affect our meta here in the monthly finals in NA.
I think this might be the biggest meta shakeup we've seen. Like, Brawl Stars meta changes real quickly from month to month, but we're going to a wildly different place. Hope you guys are ready for some primos. So I'm ready for some primo Brawl Stars action. We're like halfway through the year so far. So if you're kind of new to us, this is the way the season format has been breaking down so far. Basically, we have players that qualify in game, and then from there they make it to the monthly finals, where we play a whole bunch of sets. We play best of 3s until it gets later on where it gets into best of 5s, and that's really where it starts to get shaken up, Reddy.
Yeah, you move into the best of 5 and you get a nice taste of all of the game modes in Brawl Stars. Hot Zone, Bounty, Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, Siege. You love to see it. We also got a couple of bans that each team has at their disposal. 2 blind bans per team. And given that our really powerful brawlers are pretty much cut and dry, we're talking a lot of primo action here. Probably going to see a lot of primo bans, and we might even see 2 teams banning the same brawler. That's how blind bans work. Neither team knows what the other team is going to ban. Between 2 and 4 bans each match.
Yeah, that's kind of the fun part is you got to kind of play chicken. Like, well, I know they're going to ban Primo, so we don't have to ban Primo. But what if they don't ban Primo? Like, you know what I mean? Then you start to run into this, like, do they know that I know that they know that I know? And we've seen that happen before, where the powerful characters have kind of got on through, and then you got to be ready to play those characters. Like, if you don't have a bell, you'll be in trouble. So got to look out for those sort of things that we're going on with that. So we'll take a look at the points format as well, because again, there's 1 monthly finals, but it all takes a part of something much larger. And so far, teams like Tribe and IX pretty much holding it down. Tribe Gaming has won time and time again, and kind of just bringing home the prize almost every single time. Almost ready. Almost.
Yeah, almost every time. Just not last month, but the month before, we saw IX takes that #1. Tribe, though, following last month, they have retained their rightful place, but there are plenty of challengers today who are going to be trying and taking that first place. We're going to see Tribe play right off the bat. The first person they're going to have to fight against is the Monkeys. Let's take a look at our bracket. Match #1, as I said, Tribe Gaming NA versus the Monkeys. After that, we'll be getting into AQUA versus IX Gaming. AQUA, definitely one to keep your eye on, as they have been getting better and better throughout the year. STMN Esports versus Fiasco Esports coming after that. And then ADA versus O.O. It looks like they've changed their name from Sag this time, and they're putting O.O in their name as opposed to just their logo.
Still having fun with it for sure. Although now that they see that, monkeys can include an emoji, I think next month they just might come through with a sad face emoji. That just might be the team name.
I'm really hoping. I'm hoping. So I want to see some handshakes, right? That's what I want to see is a handshake. I had to shake my own hand right there.
There it is. Look, we'll both look weird. I blame ReddySet. I completely blame ReddySet. But looking at how things have been going so far, we've seen a number of teams try to step up against Tribe Gaming. But at the end of the day, these 3 guys, Zul and Corey, this is such a monumental team. But as we said before, Monkeys have been kind of stepping up forward and kind of doing their thing. They made finals. This isn't their first time. They've been to finals before. And so with that in mind, that sort of experience absolutely gives them a leg up on the competition, and they might be able to take Tribe to business.
Yeah, I mean, Knight, Edlu, Jorge Cruz, right? Some very talented players in this region. Probably one of my favorite things that I've seen come out of the Monkeys so far is using a Bo Nanny 8-bit on, I believe it was Bot Drop when that was still in rotation, and they picked up no bolts the entire Siege game and still won, right? They're not afraid to try some new things, though. I think it's pretty determined what brawlers we're going to be playing here on Double Swoosh here to start things off on Gem Grab. We're probably going to see that G and Tar. Of course, we don't know what the bans are yet, but the meta's pretty locked in here, and also F. It's the boy.
I like that guy so much. He's just chowing. He's just chowing, eating, chilling, vibing. Him and the Snake are my best friends. But, earlier tonight, I really got some deep info from Teddie as to why they call it Double Swoosh. Do you know?
I have no idea why it's called Double Swoosh.
So basically, the map, there's like a swoosh, and then there's 2 of them. So it's called double swoosh. It's actually very, very cool. And so we'll move into the competitive side of things. We take a look at our bans, and there it is. You see Tribe Gaming saying no to the tank meta. No Primo, no Frank whatsoever. And then Monkeys, on the other hand, they're the ones that roll the dice. Again, blind bans. And so Crow and Tara are going to be the ones banned out here. So double swoosh, some assembly required, and then shooting star if we need it with respect to the bounty. With these characters kind of out of the way, where do you expect everybody to jump as far as composition is concerned?
Honestly, I think Tara is a targeted ban towards Zulon. Crow's a targeted ban towards Corey. We'll see how it shakes things up. No doubt we are going to be seeing the Jean and Amber coming out, though. Though the Monkeys, they're opting for the Sandy lane. This is going to be an interesting interaction here on the right lane just because Jorge Cruz is so outranged. I want to talk about, though, like why the Monkeys are not going for like the really, really strong bans here. It's definitely because Tribe Gaming NA, they're a well-documented team. There's loads of footage for the Monkeys to go over, and relative to the Monkeys, at Tribe Gaming, they're a very well-documented team. Monkeys, they know their enemy.
Exactly, and so that's one of the things that I was talking about. You've made it here before. That sort of experience, homework is really what I'm looking at as Tyrant falls down here. So nice trades as far as the kills are concerned, but Tribe has had a little bit more control of this mid area, so they're able to pick up all the gems, all the pulls, and all the kills. Edlu falls down. Tyrant with another one. Lucky number 7 here for Tribe Gaming, as Monkeys have no gems left.
Yep, no gems left for them. Zulon is going to have to be careful, though. He doesn't want to give Edlu a nice, juicy pull. Here comes the pull from Edlu. Does manage to take out Tyrant, and now it's a 3v2 adds mid. Corey's going to have to pick up some slack here on the left lane. Has that shield up. He's using that star power to get the shield, which is going to let him play a little bit more aggressive. He also has that bear trap down to secure this lane for himself. It's going to be tough, actually, for the Monkeys to push in here, especially with Zulon hanging onto this super. Yeah, but, I mean, very well handled there by Knight to pick up the control on the left lane. Though still, the Monkeys, they're not going to be able to get most of these gems. Compared to last month, now we have that fixed gem spawn pattern. Unfortunate missed pull there for Zulon. Monkeys are staying in it, but it looks like they've lost control of mid.
Blue team is going to grab the countdown, and Monkeys have been playing really, really well. We'll take a look at the surge here. 10 seconds to go, and now we see everybody push forward. 1 kill, and we'll be able to reset. That said, Edlu gets the kill on a timer.
Nice.
And there is the reset. Knight's got to take care of Zulon, picks up all the gems, running backwards. Can't make it out. And that might just confirm the win for Tribe. How do Monkeys respond?
Yeah, we just got to see him do it again. They need another kill. Jorge goes down. A great bit of teamwork there from Zulon hitting that pole, and Tyrant and Corey picking up the damage. Knight gonna get pinched so hard here. He's not gonna be able to get through. Edlu really just trying to get that damage, but there's just not enough time. There's not enough firepower either. It's gonna be game number 1 going to Tribe, though that came actually a lot closer than I was expecting there towards the end. Really was biting my nails there. I thought Knight would actually be able to make it out with most of those gems.
Yeah, you know, I was looking at this one. Knight here really ran this game for me. When Monkeys were kind of like on their back foot, the reason they weren't completely in the dirt was because of the zone with the oil here from the Amber play. And then as we got to the late game, like you said, unfortunately wasn't able to escape, but did a lot of work there and gave us the almost.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at the stat comparison between these two, Zulon versus Edlu, both picking up the role of mid, getting that control, and Zulon didn't die a single time. That's what it's all about, is establishing that permanence on mid. Keeping that control, just really being there is so crucial. And I mean, you know, a great way to get control is, you know, not just to zone out your enemy, but to send them all the way back to the respawn, right?
Exactly, you know, so a big look there. Again, like I said, I came into this one, listen, Tribe Gaming is absolutely the top card. They're the one that people are probably putting their gems on. But when I look here towards the Monkeys, you know, this is a squad that can compete. The pins are coming out. Zulon and Corey didn't like how close that last one was, so I think they're going to turn it up here a little bit.
Yeah, if I were reigning NA champion, I would be a little bit salty to, have to put this much effort into one of the quarterfinals. But Monkeys, they are looking for blood here. They want to knock out Tribe Gaming here in the quarterfinals. I mean, of any place to knock out such a great team, right? I'd say quarterfinals is one of the easier places to do it, just because, right, you only got to get like 4 games won in a row, right? Compare that to a best of 5. It's definitely going to be a lot more feasible. Monkeys, they're doing a good job of keeping up the control, but Tyrant picking up the Amber on the right lane gets so much control over Sandy.
But see, that's the thing, is that so right lane has been dying time and time again, which has just allowed Monkey's mid laner to pick up the gems while right lane is dying. So it's kind of worked out up until now, where Tribe has stepped forward and really taking control of this mid. Monkeys had the gem lead up until right this point. Knight is not nearly as effective as they were in game number 1, locking down the left side. And that's because of a concerted effort from Tribe Gaming to take them out just like that.
Yeah, and I will say, I think it's absolutely the Sandy pick. We saw it twice in a row, and Jorge, he's just outranged and outgunned here by Tyrant. He's being kept at a range that Sandy is really suboptimal at. Really just unable to hit any shots at all, right? Your range is not that long. You can see he's really trying to get in range of Tyrant here, but as soon as he goes around the left side of that obstacle, Zulon's going to get some damage on him. It's looking like a decisive second win for Tribe Gaming. I definitely think this is a bit of a blunder as far as the Sandy pick, right? Sandy, a good brawler, definitely like a strong pick, got nerfed a little bit, but up against Amber, when you have all those bushes broken down, one of the things that he benefits the most from, you're really just not going to be able to put out with him.
Yeah, I thought maybe there was an idea with the new like instant CC shot, right? Where maybe you can like isolate the gem carrier, put him to sleep on command, and take care of business. But I think that's too niche, like too specific of a strategy to really execute here. And the thought was there, but the gameplay only really came in game number 1. Tribe Gaming, and that's really what makes good teams into great teams, in my opinion, when it comes to virtually any game, is sure, Monkeys came through and they did really well because of 2 specific things, and Tribe Gaming adjusted and made sure that those 2 specific things, Knight's command of the left side and a little bit of push forward to them, that didn't happen because Tribe said it wasn't allowed to happen. And so game 2 was nowhere near as close as game 1.
Yeah, totally. I love how the meta on Double Swish changes up as well. Once you kind of switch out, you say, okay, Crow, Tara, you can't play him here. Tribe says that's absolutely no problem, and they still, it seems, managed to outcomp the Monkeys. I mean, I think the Sandy, right, could have been useful if we'd seen that Sandy gadget, the one that can put the enemies to sleep, right? I love that one. We saw it in SCSA and see a little bit in EECA as well. And it's a useful gadget, but when you're outranged, you can't even hit it to begin with. And your only offense is to be able to dodge out the enemy. It's so hard to dodge Amber. And when you're fighting a 1v3, I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah, like that's really what I was looking for, and that's one of the things that I've noticed as Brawl Stars grows as a game and becomes more deeper and complex, is not only do we have more things, we have gadgets, but they become more like I said, niche, harder to execute, which I actually don't think means the same thing, but just go with it. Like the specificity of the approach there, I think, is really cool. One shot, 1.5 seconds, like that's a lifetime when you're playing in the game to be asleep for that long. But like you said, I think it really just comes down to good strategy, besides the fact that you're just completely outranged. And so like, and 2, Tribe Gaming take the first one. We're going to Siege. Some assembly required here. Again, no tanks, so no Frank, no Primo. Maybe we'll see him later. I'm not sure we'll see him at all, but I know we'll see the Jeans.
Yeah, Jean is absolutely a strong pick here. I think Sandy might be possible. Barley is also going to be a strong pick here. We'll have to see if we see any other tanks either. I wasn't expecting to see the Belle here, and we don't see her anyway. You just got to have wall break to combine with her here, and there are just too many walls to break. They're too far, and just not very much space between them. She's not going to be able to be effective. So, Sandy pick coming out. and the Barley pick coming out. Though the Carl 1v1 on the right side is probably going to be one of the more determining factors as to who gets the first bot, and it is in fact going to be the Monkeys.
Nice, nice. I like to see players sticking with Carl. I think he is absolutely, when we see characters get nerfed, sometimes people abandon ship. I think Carl's still doable. Corey taking down Knight there, and the first push from the first siege bot will be okay. We'll get some damage in there. 10% coming out from Monkeys, and nobody really controls mid. So I think Monkeys might be able to catch up here as far as nuts and bolts are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, once you're able to win that first bot, you definitely have an advantage on mid. Corey, though, is going to be able to get out of here with two bolts. This isn't a heist, but that was a heist if I have ever witnessed one. They definitely didn't have control of that area, and Corey still was able to get in there and get a couple of bolts. We're going to see our second siege go to Tribe Gaming in A, and let's see what they can make of this one. Zulan has the super ready to go. Jorge gets pinched so hard, and here comes the damage. Zulan is not able to make it through, but Tyrant is going to be the most valuable brawler to get damage on that Ike. That damage is trickling in. Not exactly. 41% remains on the Ike after that single push. Tribe, they got to keep up the control on mid, though. It's going to be tough for them to get a good defense. Ooh, we do see the stun as well from Jorge. Takes down Knight, and Tribe, they do have control over mid, and it looks like they'll have enough time to pick up enough bolts as well.
Big old team wipe here from Tribe Gaming. Well, not quite guaranteed, but almost. As we see 5 to 8, that'll do it. Tribe Gaming have the bot, and so this is the game mode where we're going to see the biggest difference here with respect to the respawn changes. I think watching people kind of like just trying to get themselves killed to get back, that's going to be a big difference here as Tribe takes game 1.
Yep, game number 1 going to Tribe, and we are, guess what? We're already on match point. Monkeys, though, they've been putting up a really, really good fight, though. I feel like the score doesn't really do them justice. They have been putting up such a good fight against the #1 team in this region. Take a look at this bot making its way through, though. Tyrant laying down the control, laying down that damage on the Ike. That is the last brawler you want to have all of your Ike is Barley. Look at the comparison between these two as well. Knight, he died 5 times compared to Tyrant getting 1. I mean, for a control-based brawler, it's absolutely vital to stay alive. You don't want to risk dying because, it doesn't really benefit you to get in those aggressive situations anyway.
Exactly. You want to really positioning real important when you're playing a character, when to throw a character like Barley. Want to make sure you can kind of like zone and control, and as soon as you die, the whole gimmick of your character is to say you can't walk here, but if you're dead, well, you can't really deny anybody anything, and so everybody can just walk wherever they want, and then they take mid control and well, run the VOD back. That's literally what happens when you kill Barley 5 times. And so we saw that one go the way of Tribe. One more, possibly, if Tribe steps forward. If you're Monkeys, what's your last-ditch Hail Mary effort here?
I say any sort of tanks that they can go for, right? I mean, we saw the Frank, we saw the Primo out of the way. Let's see what they bring this time. Nope, they're just doing all reliable. It's going to be Sandy, Barley, and Carl once again. Though Zulan's going to be pulling out the Sacra Spike on the left lane and is, without a doubt, giving Jorge Cruz a run for his money. Even with Fertilize, Jorge is having a tough time versus Zulan. And that might actually be the first bot going to Tribe. Yeah, Monkeys, they only got 1 bot, soon to be a second, bolt to their name. If they can get a good defense and a good retake, it's entirely possible for them to come back from this. Zulan takes some damage from the Ike as well. Tribe, though, they absolutely have the advantage here. Monkeys are going to have a tough retake.
Woo! Zulan is killing it. Like, the amount of damage this player has output has been incredible. He's not even using the slows as the super. He's just tossing them out as they come. An all-in from Edlu, and well, all out for Edlu as well, as Knight falls down right after the fact, and mid belongs to Tribe one more time. Looks like they might be able to grab the next siege as well. You think Zulan's running the big cactus? I love that stupid thing so much.
It's funny, man. It's funny.
It's so
I haven't
funny.
seen it yet. Maybe we see it just for the meme, right?
Yeah,
just
like
because
for the meme.
it's
That's what I was
Tribe.
thinking.
Yeah, and they have that confidence here, right? But
yeah.
I mean, what we'll see, Monkey's putting up a good defense, loads of damage coming in on the bot, and this is actually night and day compared to the last defense that they got. Only 3% came in on that safe, and Monkeys are really going to try and fight their way out of this one, though they're already at a volt deficit. It's pretty much already done.
It's Knight, Edlu, and Jorge, not Night and Day.
Oh, not Night and Day. Oh, my bad.
Tribe Gaming right now still with control of the mid. 10 seconds left. If Monkeys really step forward here, we might be able to see a swap around, but I don't think it's going to happen with the Knight, with the 9th bolt. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, Jorge just kind of doing it to him. And the level 10 siege bot walking down Main Street. I think this is all she wrote.
I think the Monkeys could come back here. No chance. Tribe Gaming they absolutely have this one. It's in the books already. Monkeys, though, I still stand by what I said earlier. I think the score doesn't reflect what a fight the Monkeys put up.
Agreed.
Tribe still digging their grave, giving them the fat 4-0 in terms of games won. Congrats to Korea, Zulon, and Tyrant, just doing what they do best, which is advance themselves towards the grand finals to possibly once again grab that #1 NA spot.
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, I'm going to reiterate exactly what you said there with the fact that the 4-0 doesn't really show the fact that Monkeys played real well. That first game, I mean, Knight, again, because, like, listen, I think any team can get a bunch of kills against any team, but we saw specific strategy. It didn't work out, but, like, we saw them use their brain here, and I like that sort of thing. So shout outs to Monkeys coming out and really stepping up to the absolute Goliath that is Tribe Gaming. I mean, beating them is definitely a tall task, especially early on. So a clean look from Tribe Gaming as they do kind of what a lot of fans might have expected them to do, and just sort of sweep the table and just clock in and clock out. On to the next one. They're in semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this also goes to evidence that this is not like, you know, just Tribe absolutely crushing the opponents because they're like by far the best in the region, right? They have some tough opponents, right? And they've had to earn their way here. Take a look at the stat comparison, though. 4.8 average kills versus 2.3. We're looking at Tyrant versus Knight. Probably a couple of the star players on these two rosters, but it's obvious, right? Tribe, they have the better control. They, you know, they stay alive. They establish that permanence on the objective, and that's how they're able to get so much control, right? They're not playing super risky. They just, you know, slowly advance up and they suffocate their enemy.
Knight's my guy, though. I'll be honest. I think it's a lot of fun to watch these monthly finals and kind of like start to pick your superstars, right? And I'm a fan of Knight. I'm definitely going to be watching him as he continues, and hopefully we see him again in another monthly finals, because the gameplay, the Amber in game 1 was real fun to watch, and I want to see that approach and that type of thing, and I get real excited watching players sort of like develop. And so we'll see how Knight continues to go on. But Aqua and IX are where we're going to head as we continue to go on in our tournament here. And IX have been pretty much top of the crop for a long time. They're the only team to win besides Tribe, so that demands a shout out. Aqua, though, this is a team of old heads. I always like seeing Jigsaw, Real Canadian, and Slash coming through. Min Woong gets picked up, actually. This is a big team change here.
Oh, wow.
Slash and Jigsaw, though, have been playing for a long time. I like to see them step up. And then Crying Man, Jack Chepo in second best. It's a fox, but it's not a cat. And
oh yeah, hashtag not a cat. Though something I want to note here: Slash, Crying Man, Chepo, former teammates, right? In 2019, they went to the World Finals to represent Tribe, of course, which we just watched. But you know, rosters change. But Crying Man and Chepo, right? They're going to be playing against a former teammate of theirs. It's nothing new necessarily to play against your former teammates, but we'll see how Aqua versus IX Gaming pans out. It's going to start off on Triple Dribble. Love this Brawl Ball map. Take a look. You got this left lane that is kind of open-ish. Then your mid has some bushes and obstacles scattered throughout. It opens up these opportunities for mid and short-ranged brawlers, so we'll see how that affects the bans. I'm looking forward to seeing the tank meta come out, though something tells me that they're going to get banned once again.
We'll see. I'm also very curious. I'm excited for this one, though, because, again, IX is the top card. They are expected to be the #1 team here. But I think the distance between these two teams is a lot smaller than what we just saw. Bans coming through. We might see a Frank, because Primo is banned, Poco is banned, Gene is banned, Colonel Ruffs is banned. Interesting. Colonel Ruff banned, sure. It's not a surprise, I suppose, but I probably would have gone elsewhere, like to the tanks.
Yeah, see, I think maybe Colonel Ruffs is a bit of a target to ban. We see Chepo and Crying Man playing a lot of Colonel Ruffs, and they just always just play it so well, you're not going to be able to win a 1v1 against either of those guys. So, probably going to see the Frank. I'm really crossing my fingers hoping for a Bull. We're not going to see that, though. We do see, actually, the spike for the tank counter, though. No tanks, though. It is going to be a Bell pick from IX Gaming. No surprises here. Second also picking up the Stu, but I'm interested in the double throwers from AQUA. I'm wondering how this is going to pan out. They're going for something more control-based in a match where tanks could be played.
Yeah, I think they got real lucky with the fact that tanks aren't played, because now these throwers just look really annoying. Like, very, very, very annoying to play against. And because of that, they're kind of just like stepping forward here. IX doing a decent job of slowly pushing the ball up, but AQUA's just gonna shove it back. That's what I call like a fake push, where IX got that far up the map, but not really. Like, AQUA just said, no, you're not allowed.
Oh, wow. Are we going to see a score here? Jigsaw's looking to put this one in the goal. Cryman, though, with a great defense. Chepo almost went down earlier to Slash's mines.
You see that? Like, Slash was 1 second too late on the kill. AQUA needed to coordinate that push a little bit better. As they push up the right lane, Slash gets the kill on the defender 1 second too late. And because of that, like you said, great defense coming out from, I think that was second on the snooze.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm not a real big advocate for Tick playing lane, just because Tick is great at establishing the control, but at the end of the day, it has to be an enemy walking into your mine. Otherwise, you're only going to be able to reliably hit one mine. It's like 900 damage. That's very low damage. Slash, though, might try and put this one in. He's going to have to tank this super from Chepo. Chepo still secures the kill, though. Second goes down as well. It's a 2v2 here, and AQUA might be able to put this one in the goal. Minwoo has that hedge ready to go. Chepo, though, doesn't even phase him. He's a thrower, right? Hedge would do absolutely nothing. We're going to probably see it versus second any moment now.
And that, right there, that's that control that you were talking about coming out from the mines. You mentioned sort of the downside that the player has to walk into them. But in a game mode like Brawl Ball, where you specifically have to walk to the ball, well, that's the positive. You can absolutely just say, listen, you're not allowed to, you can basically put up a hedge, right? Like, it's the same thing. You can't walk there. Doesn't matter if it's a wall or if it's damage. And so as we go to overtime, everything explodes. There's nothing left on the field but the ball and the players midfield. Who takes this in overtime, you think?
Well, second is definitely going to look to put this one forward. He has the just really quick charging super, and I think that could definitely do it. Also, look at his dodges versus a curveball. He just can't be hit. Well, does get hit once. Not going to be by Slash, but rather by Jigsaw. He's dodging out so many projectiles, though. Cryman with a nice attempt at a snipe, but he's not going to get it in there. Probably the best use of a Bell super at this point. You're playing against low health brawlers. That damage amplifier isn't going to do much. Second's going to go for the aggression. You might see the pass from Cryman a second.
Ooh, past midfield. Stu tried to dash forward to get it. Jigsaw toasted.
Oh my gosh.
An important kill. Jigsaw could have went all the way home, but instead it looks like we might have a draw here. 10 seconds left to go. Red team has the ball. Stu kicks it forward. Dashes one. Dashes two. Gets caught. 3 seconds left. No! Bell dies with the ball in the hand.
Oh my gosh.
And we'll do it again.
The ball just time and time again got just passed out by AQUA, and then IX, they're like, okay, we go for kills, the ball stays back, but then they get all the kills and the ball's still behind them. They got a double back. Unbelievable. What a way to end off game number one. And I guess we'll be getting game number one part two pretty soon here, but IX, I mean, they, without a doubt, had the control there. AQUA, they're going to have to change up the comp, I believe, right? They're not going to be able to surprise IX with the control comp anymore. We're going to see some healing come out from either one of these teams.
Even still, I gotta give AQUA a round of applause there, because trying to kill Stu in those last couple of seconds as he's zipping around is pretty tough. And they were able to find the right character, find the right targets, and really take down Stu and prevent what I thought was certain to be a last-second victory there. So game number 1, part 2, like you said, on the way here. IX and Aqua. You're expecting the change from Aqua. Any changes on IX's side, you think?
I think really Aqua's like main offense here is gonna be to try and predict IX's comp, right? So we could see something kind of weird from Aqua. If not, maybe the same comp once again. Though IX, they are known to know their enemies pretty well, no matter what sort of walks of life they come from. So I think IX might try something a little bit tanky here. We'll see as we get into our next game. No tanks actually. Same comp once again. Though Aqua is going to be changing up the comp.
Now we've got big old tick here and Stew for Slash. I guess Slash just sort of liked what Second was doing last time. He goes, okay, me too. That said, good defense one time and good offense the second. Wait. Pow.
Well, that is going to be our first goal. IX Gaming really just trying to run down the clock here. It would seem they're going to be able to afford to play mostly for control now, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. We saw the wall break from the Tick Super, and that is just going to be absolutely massive for IX as far as offense. Chepo is going to be able to grab this ball, though he's not going to. He's actually going to go for the control versus Slash and go for the pinch so that Second can pick up the kill. Second's going to be going for the flank around the right side, though it is going to be tough. There's so much control coming out from Minwoong, laying down the tick mines as well. And just look at the Bell 1v1 on the left side. We do see the damage amplifier coming in as well. And IX Gaming, they're progressively marching up. Minwoong with the defense, but it might be short-lived.
Nice defense coming out. Slash, though, hasn't been... Oh, until then! Never mind! I will check myself. I was about to say that Slash hasn't been nearly as effective as Second on the Stew. But if Slash doesn't get that kill, the game's over. We're moving on to game 2. So a real nice step up from Slash here. That said, Second coming all the way back, taking care of business as Crying Man falls. But Chepo will fall in response. Slash, beep, beep, takes down Stew. And now the power is on the right-hand side.
Yep, Chepo, though, has the last hurrahs ready to go, so he's going to be one of the main defenders here. Though, he has to stay alive at first. Second is going to get the ball blocked, but Minwoong's going to be able to get this pass into the goal. It doesn't go down to that mine, and Aqua is going to pick up goal number 2. 20 seconds remain, and once again, it is a tie game. We'll probably be heading into overtime.
That was an impressive push from Aqua. It wasn't just a team wipe and a walk down Main Street. They had to go from store to store to store, show their receipts, and then push it forward. Love the way Aqua handled that one. Really like 3 separate plays to get the ball from where it was to where it landed. So overtime comes, as you correctly predicted. Ball in the hands of Aqua. Minwoong to Slash to the win. Aqua takes it.
Wow, what a great ending for Aqua, right? Goes to show that, just keeping your head in the game, keeping your cool, and also, knowing your enemy pretty well can net you a win right there. I mean, I think that was a smart decision by Aqua to pick up IX's comp. It was a mirror match in this situation. Aqua, in that way, they managed to take the win. I love to see the tick head just bouncing around, right? It's just, it's just chilling, looking for a target. Yeah, but the second goal, of course, going to Aqua, and they managed to end things off in overtime. Just spectacular play from Aqua. Really goes to show that, our kind of famous top 3 NA might become a top 4 NA pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that NA has been probably the most competitive region for my money, where we see just a little bit of all these teams coming up out of nowhere and really making some noise. Second here with the 404, but absolutely needs help finding some wins as IX needs to honestly, I find it hard to say that IX needs to step up, because this was a 2-1 where IX played fantastically as well. And when we look at how Aqua was able to score the first one, like I said, they had to pull out almost 3 separate plays in order to make it from their side to mid to the enemy side and then score. And then that last one, just a great shot, accuracy, sneaks past the defender. It's just great play from Aqua. So for IX, I mean, honestly, I kind of want to see them stick to what they're doing and just do it better. Do it again,
Yeah, pretty much, right? AQUA, they just got to keep up the momentum, and wow, they're going to be picking up
there it
3 tanks. It's the triple tanks. What on earth is going on? IX Gaming, though, dismantling this strategy. Second is just every time it going to be shooting and then using a super to get out of the way. Super out of the way. Completely different from the Stu gameplay that we saw last month before the balance changes, where he lost that ability to stun. Also, the bell is going to just completely destroy Min Woong there. It's the damage amplifier. Second, also looking for blood versus Jigsaw. IX, they are playing for real. Now, AQUA, their surprise comp is really going to have to be put to good use to take these guys out. Slash goes down to that bear trap. Crying Man, though, taken down by Min Woong. We might see the goal here.
Yeah, they're going to push forward. Jigsaw has it and just walk it on in. No clock burn there for AQUA as they're one away from taking the set, which is interesting. I think it's funny because I think AQUA actually played much worse than IX in that last exchange. But the big difference now is that AQUA are grouping up. Before they were walking by themselves, and Jigsaw does it by himself just like that. And we move on right away to the next set. That one caught me by surprise, man.
Yeah, that was a bit of a blunder there. You can tell IX are getting a little bit nervous now, right? To play 3 games in set number 1 and only come out with a 0-1, right, is absolutely stressful, because if they lose 1 game, they are going to match point, and it's going to be a massive upset for one of the teams that is currently on track to qualify for Worlds if they can keep up the momentum. This is great for STMN, but for for IX and not so much AQUA, still good for them as well, especially to secure the win for themselves and potentially get onto the semifinals. This is kind of the complaint with best of 3 to start off the quarterfinals, because so quickly you can just let the enemy build up momentum and then knock out a really talented team. Look at the pass here. Chepo to Cryman to Jigsaw to the goal to get that win. I mean, this is going to be a massive upset for IX if they can't bring it together in our next game mode.
Again, though, at the same time, like we're taking a look here at Jigsaw's stats, and this guy's been playing for years, so it's not like these are just kind of like 3 players that come from nowhere and just oopsie daisy their way into tournament point right now. This is a squad that has been playing, perhaps not together, Min Woong joining them, but Min Woong, an established player in his own right here, joining 2 other established players. We talk about how tightly competitive North America is, and this is what we mean. IX, it would absolutely be an upset. I'm not saying it wouldn't be as we head to split here for our hot zone session, but I mean, this is something in the realm of possibility where, if I don't watch this, well, first of all, I'm messing up. Everybody should watch this. But if I ask my friend, hey man, what happened? And they go, oh, Jigsaw's team beat IX. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not like, what? That's insane. And like, that's the meter, by the way. Like, those are scientific references. But here on Hot Zone, IX, I think, might be a little bit, again, the scientific term is just real mad. So.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. I think, this is definitely like partly a result of a very targeted ban of Colonel Ruffs, right? Colonel Ruffs, he's not like an OP brawler, right? He's not, like super meta, but he is strong, right? And you can put him to good use. And IX, they consistently use Colonel Ruffs. And to have him out of the mix, I think is a big surprise for IX, and they weren't really accounting for that. But as I was gonna say, we see the Gale coming out here from IX. Not really surprised though. I'm surprised to see the Gale and the Frank on opposite sides of the competition. Slash is going to be picking up the Frank. Yeah, it's kind of a troll strat, right? You have the Gale and you have the Frank, and you just go boing and just shoot the Frank in there.
Or Frank, okay. I thought Frank was going to take care of business there. But yeah, I mean, Gale, one of the characters that deals. So that's when we say the word metagame, we mean much more than just popular characters. Right now, when we're in a tank meta, the tank characters are strong. So you're going to see the tanks, but you're also going to see the characters that deal with the tanks. And Gale, absolutely one of those characters. And so him coming out here, that's why, because they expected to see AQUA pull out the big boys like Slash is doing right now. And AQUA have the lead.
Yep, Aqua looking pretty good here to bring it to match point. Crimey gets stunned out by Slash. Ouch! IX really trying to fight their way out here. And it looks like Second is, getting really good control in the left lane, or perhaps not. We see the kill, the Min Woong on Tick at mid. It is the strength of Tick, right? He's not necessarily playing a lane, right? Do you see a lane at mid? It looks like a big hunk of obstacles to me. He's going for the control. He's just shooting those projectiles onto the objective and assisting his teammates. IX, though, now they're looking to be in position to grab some control here. Do we see Chepo using the gadget? No, he's not able to. Slash uses the super right as he rounds the corner. IX in a tricky spot here. As the percentages are racking up for Aqua, we might see a match point.
Here's the thing, Aqua, all three of these players have played fantastically in this game one, and it's over. Aqua, one win away from kicking out IX, one of the top teams here. An incredible feat for sure. But here's my takeaway from this game. Jigsaw played out of his mind. Min Woong had excellent game-deciding plays here. Slash was frank, and that means good. And IX, Second played really well. And Cryman kinda did the Gale thing, and Chepo was a little bit absent for me. And when all three players are gassed up on the other side, it really, you talked about momentum. That's what we saw there. Aqua guys are feeling hot.
Oh my gosh, they have to be on fire right now. And I mean, the momentum also, it goes two ways, right? You have the upward momentum and yeah, we got this. And then also the downward momentum. And oh my gosh, we are on the verge of, getting knocked out here. Holy, we got to step it up. I wonder what IX has in their back pocket. I don't think they were necessarily preparing for such a tough quarterfinals match either. Historically, right, IX, they've said, okay, we got to take it to the semis and the grand finals because we're IX. So we're going to scrim pretty much those maps only, and we'll just, be ourselves on the quarterfinals match. I know that's not exactly how it goes, right? They definitely prepared, but definitely the focus is on the grand finals and the semifinals. But, there are multiple stages at every stage of this competition, and you lose sight of one, and you might end up going down a little bit early.
Yeah, absolutely true. And I shout these guys out. This team has changed faces and changed players a little bit here and there, Team Aqua. But I shout these guys out almost every time. Again, every scene has these bubble players that are right on the cusp of being those top guys. And after so long, you got to find your way to the top. And I'm looking directly, at this Jigsaw team. The addition of Min Woong has been really fantastic. You can see the way the team has changed, just the control that Min has been able to bring with this with his tick play and other stuff has been really impressive. And I think that's the difference maker, not him coming in and owning everything, but his addition to the team. That's 1/3 that's going to change the way everybody plays together, and that's why we're sitting here at tournament point almost kicking out IX Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, such a talented player, right? And definitely it does bring the team together, does absolutely accent the other players as well, right? Accentuates their individual strengths, especially here on Split.
Well,
you can observe it here. Min Woong picking up more of a support role here on the Sprout, though he is going to be laning by himself. We're going to see the two tanks on the right lane, and this is not good for IX because they're playing more of a control-based comp versus two tanks. And Chepo and Cryman, they can't even access Min Woong over here, right? It's specifically why we see the surge pick is to get rid of a thrower. We might see the teleport now. Min Woong, though, is definitely ready. Here comes the teleport. Chepo, though, not able to secure that kill yet. Jigsaw coming in for the support, and Aqua, they're taking such a massive lead.
Second with a good kill there, though. Again, Second was the best player for my money on IX last game around. Min Woong from across the map takes care of business. And another clean look for Aqua. This is even cleaner than last time, Reddy. 80% already. Frank comes through, deals some damage, actually gets taken down. And now IX have control for the first time, seemingly in multiple games.
This needs to be the comeback right here, but I don't know if it can happen. Slash baiting out that super.
No.
Minwoo picking up the kill. Slash is just gonna sit on this point. Cryingman does pick up the kill, and Jigsaw is going to be keeping control of the right lane, though Cryingman with the hedge is gonna be able to buy a little bit more time for IX, but they have so much Slack to pick up. Here comes a wall break from Slash, and Minwoo throws down a wall of his own. The old switcheroo, the replacement. That is, in fact, going to be, if 95. They're able to keep up the momentum, and it just might be, Aqua, they're taking the win over IX in the quarterfinals. They're knocking out IX.
Incredible. Slash, Jigsaw, and newly minted Minwoo are going to the semifinals, but that might not be the headline. This is a strong team. They're going to the semifinals above IX Gaming. That's your number 2 points leader, by the way, overall in NA. And so seeing them go down, them being IX, is a big deal. I am very excited for the guys on Aqua because, again, I said it before, this wasn't just an oopsie daisy okie doke. This was extremely well earned. These Aqua guys are looking good this month.
Yeah, not only are they playing well, but they're choosing really good compositions. And they started things off strong with those bans. I think most notably for me is the Colonel Russ ban. It's so central to IX's strategy on both of these maps. And with that out of the way, right, that is such a huge element removed that IX Gaming uses to win their games, right? It's such a core pillar of their strategy. I gotta say, I knew this month was gonna be different, right? Meta changes, right? Some roster changes here and there, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Congratulations to Aqua. Minwoo, no doubt one of the strongest players on this roster, picking up the tick most of the time, and getting loads and loads of damage, right? You're being a good support to your teammates, and I think that's what it's all about, right? Is getting that teamwork and bringing in a new player, a new brawler to really bring that roster together and create some synergy.
Yeah, that's the big deal there. When I look at how Tick was able to be played, we see all the stats there, but we don't really get a chance to see the amount of area denied thanks to good mine placement. Like that's not something you can quantify. And so very, very impressive watching Aqua kind of do their thing. Coming up next, we have STMN versus Fiasco Esports. This one should be a lot of fun. Any predictions coming onto this one?
I mean, if Fiasco says anything about the match coming up, and if we can draw anything from the matches that we just watched, perhaps an upset. Though I really want to see what STMN is made of this time, because this time they are not going to have to worry about competing against IX, right? It's just Tribe that would be standing in the way of their first monthly finals victory. So I have high hopes for STMN. I'd love to see them advance into the top 2 spots for the World Finals, but time is kind of running out here to get enough points to go to the finals. We'll see how they do versus Fiasco Esports.
Perfectly said, Reddy. I'm going to miss you, but we are going to say goodbye and give Reddy a little bit of a break. My man Teddie is going to join us after the jump, but first, a word from our sponsors.
Brawlers from all across the park are joining up to Star Force. They're state-of-the-art. They're clever and smart. They're doing their part. Are you? Discover sentient beings, defeat villains, explore the galaxy, take your brawling into orbit. Join Star Force. Would you like to brawl more?
Would you like your own ad featured in this year's Brawl Stars World Championships? Just come up with a cool Brawl Stars product or ad idea, and we'll do the rest. Add your ideas in the comments below. We'll be making a new one every month.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship Monthly Finals. It's your boy F. Joined here by Teddie, which I think for the first time, I'm real excited to get to cast with you, man. Welcome to NA and LATAM North. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I mean, we were talking right before the show that I think it is the first time we cast together. Super exciting, but super excited also, of course, because it's NA. It's been a hot minute since I've casted some NA monthly finals, I believe since March. So I'm super excited to, see what's up with the region and be there.
Yeah, this region has been really, really hot. I mean, literally, there's a heat wave taking over America. It's kind of nuts. It's actually pretty bad. But the play has been pretty incredible, too. IX Gaming just got knocked out by longtime players on AQUA. Now we go to STMN versus Fiasco, Fiasco's a strong team in their own right. Don't want to take anything away from Kang. But as we look towards STMN and we look at the big picture, Bobby, OG, and Tooney right here against Jared, Shine, and Kangarmo. STMN, as far as the big picture is concerned, when we talk about points, IX is number 2, STMN is number 3, and with IX getting knocked out so early, this is where a team like STMN, they are always trying. The goal is always to win, but now you have like okay, now we have to, this is where we can make up those points, and that's where you start to really turn up.
Yeah, I mean, IX going out in quarters is absolutely huge for Stamina, right? It's their chance to catch up and maybe even go ahead of them in points at the end of the day. I mean, it could be really, really big. We'll have to see how they perform themselves and how far they can go in today's bracket.
Yeah, really, really big deal here as Stamina looks to try to take advantage of the situation for sure and start to, get excited. We're going to Bounty, dry season, and again, we have to keep driving it home, folks. The idea that this is a very different meta from what we've seen before. We're going to see some of these tanks, and then in response to tank killers. So of course, my mind, every single game is going to be on what the bans are. You only have 2 bans per team, and they're blind, so we're inevitably going to see some strong characters kind of sneak on through for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. Bans are in Crow on both sides. Sprout for STMN and Bell for Fiasco. I think Bell makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we're going to have some Primo action, man.
I'm super, super excited. So Sprout, I always understand a good Sprout ban. It just affects the map in ways that nobody else does with the hedge. Minecart madness plus Sprout equals... you ever get castled into the minecart? No, thank you. And so seeing the Sprout ban makes a whole lot of sense here. The Crow bans, like you were saying, are they like targeted? What are your thoughts with the Crow bans?
Well, Crow ban seems to be something very regional, very local as well to the North American scene. Well, in EMEA, we barely see Crow bans once in a while, but here in NA, it's super common. And in the previous monthly finals, we saw it banned quite a lot. So a bit less of a surprise, but still definitely an interesting one, and very tanky comp already from the side of Fiasco. Stamina going a bit more on the OG wave, but look at that Shine with a double kill of the bat, and that's going to be Fiasco leading by 6 stars early on.
So straight up, if you haven't followed the Brawl talks and everything, this is why we talked about it being a tank meta, tanks being so strong. Essentially, tanks have changed to their super powers up also by getting hit. So as you dive people, you build it up by punching. You also are building it up by getting punched. And so you can chain supers, and do what Shine just did. Just W key, as I say, just walk people down and take care of business. That said, while I was explaining it, Stamina wins on the left side. Shine kind of does nothing, and that's the other side. Sometimes you can just zone out the tanks. And so tied at 10, Blue Star on Stamina. Jared gets 1. That's going to give the lead. Nope, tied again as Jared falls over for a second time. And Shine, since that moment, has had a little bit of trouble trying to get involved.
Yeah, well, he didn't have to for the most part, but with Stamina having that Blue Star, they do have the lead, and in case of a draw, they would be the ones to pick up the win. Shine going in for the jump, but he's gonna fall to Tooney. Some nice burst damage, and it's all tied up once more, but Stamina once again have that Blue Star that has been stolen away by Fiasco. 2-star lead for Fiasco. Can they keep it up for the next 15 seconds and perhaps open up the scoreboard?
This is where it gets problematic. Trying to dive a Primo is going to be pretty tough as Primo goes on the offensive. Not able to get the kill just yet. 5 seconds to go. Damage being torn up. And with the last kill, Blackjack 21, Fiasco take game 1 of set 1 here on Bounty.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Fiasco. Just kicking things off was an absolute banger here in game number 1. I mean, this is a typical outcome situation, right? Stamina just did not have the damage to deal with that comp. I think that Nani was kind of their biggest chance, and you can see in plays like this where Tuni does end up winning the fight, but Kangaroo is there for the trade, and in the end, a nice play from Jared to secure those final stars that ultimately made the difference. But yeah, there's so much HP on Fiasco. I feel like Stamina, should have been aware that they needed maybe one brawler to be able to kind of, mitigate the risk of a Poco double tank situation.
And so that right there, I think might lend itself to our questions about the Crow bans, right? Crow with some of the anti-heal available, and Poco. I mean, that's the thing. Tanks got love, and so did Poco's ability to heal them. And so this is just where you've got to be concerned. I think you might want to look towards some of the other characters that might have anti-heal. Well, I guess that's the question. I'll ask you straight up. Do you look towards characters with anti-heal, or do you look towards tank killers?
Well, there's only 2 brawlers that have anti-heal, I believe. You have Crow, just naturally, and also Byron with the star power. Thing is, they deal such little damage that sure, the anti-heal is nice, but they really don't do a lot of damage as well, which doesn't do the best against tanks. So it's really hard to play that, and you still probably want, some sort of a big damage dealer. But look at that. Off the start here already, STMN with 5 stars secured, some great picks on the right-hand side of the map, and they will be kicking things off with Elite this time around.
Bobby's able to play the long-range sharpshooter a little bit more efficiently this time around. One of the things that he's kind of known for here. So, this composition from STMN, pretty classic. I think it's just a better look for them because Fiasco aren't running the same comp from last time around. That's why they've been a little bit more successful. I'm not sure why Fiasco turned it around. I guess, like I said, there were moments where Primo really shined, and then moments where Primo might have been AFK, and it wouldn't have changed the thing. And so they wanted a little bit more all-active composition. But honestly, I think you said, yeah, Primo was kind of not doing anything, but he didn't have to at that moment, so it was fine.
Yeah, that's pretty much the feeling on it. And right now we don't have a Primo, right? But thing is, when you play Primo, because of his trade that recharges his super by taking damage, sure, you don't get it as fast as if you were dealing damage, but from afar, it can make a huge difference. If whoever is shooting on you, if his super is less valuable than yours, then you're winning more than he is, right? Yep. So being AFK can actually be quite good, and just tanking and being at a distance. This time around, as I said, no Primo, and it does look a lot less good here for Fiasco. Pretty one-sided game in favor of Stamina. With 10 seconds left, it's gonna be one hell of a challenge for Fiasco to make something happen in the last couple of seconds. Only 1 kill on the board in this entire game, and they'll find a second one, but still a 9-star difference for Stamina to tie things up.
As clean as bound, it wasn't a 0-death game, but it might as well have been. Very, very clean here from Stamina as they just take care of business. I mean, we'll take a look at the highlights, and there are a whole lot of them. We saw Stamina kind of step up forward, take a bunch of kills. I think they had about 6 stars before they just kind of stepped back and played defense for a little bit. And then usually this is where we see a surge forward from the enemy team that's losing. And STMN did everything they could to just make sure that didn't happen. And as we see the Brock matchup here, love to see Brock back in the meta, by the way. 8 stars gained here from Bobby off of 4 kills alone. 0 deaths, perhaps the most important point.
Yeah, well, a lot of pros tend to say that in Bounty, the most important is not to find kills, it's to survive. Because in the end, a one-on-one trade very often is not going to be in your favor. And even if it is, it's a risky game. And, 2-2 is not good enough. 4-0 KD, that's absolutely fantastic. And a huge performance from Bobby in this game. We'll have to see what Fiasco come up with comp-wise this time around. And yup, as we could have expected, they're back to the Poco double tank. We'll see how Stamina can deal with it this time around. Didn't go too well the last time. They have a pretty similar comp as well. I don't know if Ruffs is going to be enough to really make the difference here, but Fiasco, they want to get some action quickly before everyone is too buffed up.
Yeah, Tooney right here has just been pushed into the corner, and so Bull is, I think, still a little bit rough, but also got, you know, the trait change that we see Frank and Primo get. I am surprised that we see Bull over, you know, some of the other options. I think Primo and Frank are probably the two premier tanks that I've seen players kind of turn to with the recent changes, as OG gets another kill. And despite Fiasco's kind of map dominance earlier, the counter punch from Stamina here has been one step better, and it's 9-4 right now, and mid control belongs to blue team, and they're really doing a good job of keeping Fiasco at bay.
Absolutely. Stamina came into this game as well was knowing that there were only two options, right? Either it was going to be some sort of a mirror matchup again, and that would be good for them, or it would be the poker double tank, and they were absolutely ready for it this time around, not getting caught off guard. And a 7-star lead rather is really solid. Shine getting completely denied right after his super, and they'll try to find something, but Jared goes down. Congarmo is able to heal up. He could find something here, Congarmo. They're all low HP, but he needs to close out the kills. He's gonna find the one, but Bobby survives. That's big.
Such an important play by Bobby. If Bobby doesn't get that kill, they might lose the game. Primo jumps in, can't get the hit, and Bobby one more time confirms, and it's a triple. Oh, baby, a triple to take the whole set and move on. Nice looks there from Bobby overall, and Stamina taking that one. A great response to the Poco double tank.
Yeah, very much so. Even though the comp wasn't that much different, right? Still, the approach, much more disciplined and much more just, you know, ready and mechanically also hitting their shots, because that's the thing with their comp. If you miss, you're dead, because you already lack DPS to take down the tanks. You don't have nearly as much sustainability as what a Poco can bring. So you need your aim to be absolutely on point, and your teamwork as well. You need to focus on the same targets, make sure they get eliminated, and that you have enough DPS to, you know, approach the fights and always have the man advantage. And they did that absolutely great. Just really good performance from Stamina, able to rise from what was a bit of a tough first game.
Yeah, and it looked a little scary because of how dominantly Fiasco kind of took care of business there. But, you know, I think that's really fun and how you highlighted it was the same composition for the most part, but their approach was very different. And that, you know, that really kind of shows the level of depth that you have here, right? Where you can get trounced one game, do the same thing the next one, but just change a couple of things, maybe hit your shots better. But at the end of the day, this is the guy I was looking at. Bobby ran that last game, saved his team at least once or twice, and the average DPS looking pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, 40% damage is quite significant for sure. Really good performance on his end. He is one of the players that we also expect to be the one popping off for Stamina, and he's doing his part just fine so far. We'll have to see how that translates. Moving on to Minecart Madness up next. Arguably the hardest map to play in the game. There's just, you know, so many extra factors to take into account with the minecarts. You need to know where they're coming, when, and time your pushes and defense accordingly, so you can make the most out of it and really be proactively working with the minecarts.
Another, you know, I think this is the map where we see the most impact of the predictable gem pop out. You know what I mean? Right? That mechanic used to be random. Now it's not. And in Minecart Madness, you'd be sitting there and go, oh, it's on the other side. I have to run, get hit by the minecart, look like a dummy. Now it's a little bit more predictable. And this, it's going to be an impact on all the maps. But I think for specifically Minecart Madness, this is really going to have a more controlled approach to a chaotic map.
Yeah, absolutely. And also it's going to, you know, make it even more important to be well prepared, to know the gem spawn pattern as closely as possible, because then in those, you know, fraction of a second decisions where you need to decide, are we actually pushing for this gem, are we not, it can make the whole difference. And, you know, the minimum is to know on which side it's gonna spawn. But if you really want to go that far, I mean, you could really know the locations well enough that you have really structured pushes that favor, the locations you need to target. So I'm looking to that, maybe less this month than in the future, as the teams still need time to adapt, but a great change overall that was definitely most welcome by the players.
Yeah, I do like a little bit of variance in my games. I know that's a dirty word, but managing the variance is fun for me. Yeah, I'm a card game player. I like it. But I agree here, and I think this is one that the pros were totally right on. Having a little bit of predictability kind of allows you to really play in and out here. And so for Minecart Madness, I expect to see a lot of the old reliables. I think we're going to see the Brocks again for sure. No Sprout. That's always who I look for, but Sprout was banned earlier on. And at the end of the day, we might just see the Poco Double Tank one more time, because that comp will exist forever. And right now, Poco and tanks are very, very strong. So I think just because this team lost last game with Poco Double Tank doesn't mean we won't see it here.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely possible. I think it might be necessary for Fiasco as well. We've seen that in the mirror matchup, it did not look that good against Stamina.
Yeah.
So, playing around with the comps and trying to bring out some original stuff might be how they can set themselves apart and show their real strength. I like their comp a lot. I mean, 8-Bit did get oh no, Shine. That's going to be a meme. I'm telling you already, that's going to be a meme.
Yes, it will be. From minute one, you get ran over. Ouch. As Bobby pops out, takes care of all of the wall, protecting Fiasco. Happy to see Bobby on the signature character, if you will. 5 jams in the pocket here for Stamina. Fiasco takes over mid-control, but might be fleeting. Byron just barely getting by the train.
Yeah, some good shots from Bobby. TP back from Jared to safety. And yeah, the combination 8-Bit and Byron, really, really strong. You can just get constantly healed up. And it's one of the only healers in the game that gets affected by the damage booster. So you can just heal that much extra and get some very solid defensive positions. A lot of sustainability to hold on to that center area. Jared doing a great job as well and staying alive, although Bobby snipes off Kangarmo, and that might be a bit of a chance for Stamina to regain middle control.
Just one of the more accurate players. Bobby always goes to these sharpshooters. Last game playing the Brock and being for my value, the MVP. This time playing the Piper, the classic Piper, and just barely getting out of trouble. A hair of HP left there. But Fiasco, like I said, to have taken over mid, this is the second time now. And it looks like Red Team might be the first squad to hit the countdown. Stamina has to make a counterpunch here.
Yeah, Stamina need to find some control back. Oh my god, the kill, I think, went through literally at the same time as the TP. I thought he TP'd back, but then I saw the gems were still there.
Yeah,
well,
it was. So you mentioned it last game, and we'll dive deep after these last couple of seconds. Fiasco trying to make the push, can't and won't. And you brought it up last time around about how strong the target prioritization was, how the communication was here, and Stamina was able to snap to the right target when they needed to. That's what happened when 8-Bit walked up. Stamina made the call before 8-Bit picked it up. Oh,
it's a highlight. It's a highlight.
Why? Why would you do that? No, I'm very glad you did. Why would you do that to poor Shine? But that right there is the play we were talking about, Teddie. Like the instantaneous snap target switch literally won the game for Stamina. I said, Red Team has control here. Blue Team is going to have to kind of make a punch back. I think that's one of those situations, Teddie, where the team behind never felt like they were. Totally ready, knew what the game plan was. It was like, all right, they're going to get countdown. We'll kill the 8-Bit and we're good.
Yeah, I mean, that's, the position you get when you're the favorite and when you know it as well. That it's a match they are supposed to win. So far, they are winning it as well. I think Fiasco is giving them a good run for their money, but Stamina is still showing some real composure, playing it very disciplined. And yeah, I mean, I can imagine the comms. When the 8-Bit picked up gem number 10, they were all there like, all shoot at the 8-bit, and they all did. And he went down before he could TP back. And that made a whole difference. Otherwise, they would have been in big trouble because there weren't enough gems on Stamina to cancel the countdown. They needed the kill on to Jared. And basically, I mean, you know, the TP back means not only is he out of range, he's also behind his damage booster with his teammates. It's just a very strong position to hold and a very good defensive position to hold. So Stamina, they got themselves out of a lot of trouble. They could have still won anyways, but they got themselves out of a lot of trouble just by prioritizing their targets and being really fast at it as well.
Yeah, like I said, I think there is, of course, I'm not in their comms, I don't know there is a 1% chance that was a reactive play. I think they made that call as 8-bit was waddling up to the last gem. So we'll wipe the scoreboard. We'll start over at 0, and Stamina on the blue team will step into mid first. Bobby's just going to work here. Just really looking good today.
I mean, you know, he's known for his Piper, and he's known for quite a lot of brawlers, Gene as well. And I think that's a statement about how versatile that guy is and how good he still manages to be on so many different brawlers. Shine on the right-hand side, trying his best to hold things together. But so far, every single gem going in the pocket of STMN, and they are just running away with this one. Fiasco needs some sort of a reaction to stop them.
I don't know where the reaction is going to come from. Max locked here on the left-hand side while his teammates are kind of stuck on the right. Big push forward from Fiasco, and that's going to send STMN a little bit back, but comfy. Not really complaining. Again. Oh, memed up. We get a meme on both sides of the battlefield. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it could technically have been on purpose to give the gems to Bobby, but I'm not sure. It kind of looked like it could be both. You know what I mean? It was one of those situations where you never really know.
Even if it was on purpose, I'm not going to give him that
credit.
No, not allowed. Countdown started, countdown lost here as Tooney goes a little bit too deep. 8-6 now. Close game, closer than Stamina would have liked here, yeah.
Yeah, now suddenly what was an excellent lead by Stamina has gone a bit south, but Jared is really low HP. They should be able to pick up the last gem they needed. Kangaroo under a lot of fire. Jared down to 51 HP. They're all pretty low HP here on Fiasco. Stamina, they want to find a kill. Worst case scenario, just pick up the 10th gem on their side. They will be able to do that.
Reset.
It cancels the countdown, but it's still going. Reset again, and Shine, I don't think he can go for the gems just yet.
Not yet. Blue team are able to hit 10, but Fiasco hit 11 because Bobby misses the last shot. There's another one. 10, reset, 10, reset. Give me all the money. Stamina gets the team wipe, turns them upside down, and empties Fiasco's pockets. And this one looks like it's all blue. Stamina moving on from the quarterfinals into the semis above Fiasco Esports.
Man, that was an intense game to close things out, and what was probably a more intense match than most people expected. Still, strong performance from Stamina. They're moving on to the semifinals. Much deserved win. I do feel for Fiasco, though. I feel like towards the end, they may have gotten a little bit impatient, or the nerves, and they weren't too sure. They were there like, let's just go for it. And it was their chance. Did not quite work out, and Stamina is going to run away with that one. GG's.
Yeah, fun one to be sure. A little closer than you might have expected, like you said. But, you know, Kang, that's a team that, you know, they've got some players here. Looking at some of the downsides, I think Fiasco, this team can definitely kind of come together. I saw a lot of like a good chunk of clay on the pottery thing, you know, and like as they play and scrim a little bit more, I think we'll see this team kind of take form and do some good things. Right now, though, they ran into Stamina, who like we said, I think that there is a certain fire underneath them after seeing IX fall down, and they realize that they can take one step closer to the top with respect to the big picture point system that we have here at the BSC.
Yeah, it's a big day for Stamina. They want to get back in that top 2. There's 2 spots at the end of the year for Worlds for the North American and LATAM North region. So they want to make sure they're, a part of the party. And IX being out so early is definitely going to be helping out quite a lot. But if and only if Stamina is able to capitalize and make this, their own tournament today. Yeah, we talked about a couple of memes already with the mine cards. We have ADA coming up next year against O.O. They kind of sneaked their way into the grand finals. Luck was on their side so far. Is it going to be there in the grand finals or in the monthly finals, rather? That's the real question, and they will need to perform really well here against O.O.
Absolutely. O.O, they were Sag well, their team name was Sag. They didn't win, so I guess they were Sag as well. But, this is a squad that we've seen a handful of times. ADA, pretty much fresh faces, which I'm always excited for. Always get to see, some, you never know, man. You never know. So we'll roll the dice and see where it winds up, whether it's 6s, 20s, or otherwise. So I'm excited to kind of see how these players kind of come out. To their favor, and I always give the new blood this sort of credit, is, we mentioned a lot. It's come up a lot, actually. A couple of respect bans, a couple of targeted bans, right? Real specific stuff. Nobody knows what ADA plays. There's not a lot of stuff that you can sit there and go, this guy's a Piper main, like Bobby's going to be, or, this team plays Colonel Ruffs, like IX is going to lean into on some of the maps. And so ADA might be able to have that in their favor as they go up against O.O here. Trying to make their way into the semifinals. Tostadas, Fade, and Luffy are going to be O.O. And then Art3, DG, and Sade are your representatives for ADA. So real fun to see these rosters go head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just, adding up to what we were saying earlier, I think it goes even further than that, because those guys, they're not scrimming each other, right? Anyone in the bracket, they most likely never scrimmed ADA before, maybe a bit before the monthly final now, but it just, it's just an unknown variable, and it could go in a good way or in a bad way, but we'll have to find out in game. Obviously, experience is also key. It's also a huge factor. And O.O, they have a couple of appearances in monthly finals and third-party events. And yeah, I believe I heard from another caster that you were happy about the snake and that they killed it.
I loved the little snake guy. He just looked like he was totally just vibing, and now he's just anything but. So, my heart goes out to the little snake guy. Very, very sad to see him disassembled, and maybe we'll see him reassembled in the future, because although I love the donkey, it's not good enough. But bands coming in here: Tick, Stu, and Bell. So the tanks will, I don't have a rhyme. They're gonna play. They're gonna be on the
The tanks will tank.
Good job, Teddie.
You're welcome.
It's the same word.
From the maker of Double Swoosh.
So we'll get a chance to see them. Poco will come out as well. And this is really where we get to see that conversation of, is it the meta or the counter meta, right? If fire is really strong, does everybody play fire or do they play water? And so here we look at tanks, counters to the tanks, counters to the tanks. We've got to figure out where we're going to land. If I'm ADA, I'm probably looking to play it real kind of simple and classic. I'm probably looking to go into the tank direction. I'm picking up a Primo, maybe even the Primo Frank Poco combo here. Factory Rush, though, does that change your mind at all?
Not particularly. I think that it does open up options, whether you want to go for something tankier and more sustainability, or you could go for some sharpshooters, snipe people from afar, some speed with Max or Mortis. I think everything is possible on that map. So I do think that's good for ADA. I mean, coming in from a bit of a, how can I say that? A bit of an unknown
that's fair.
Factor, right? And we don't really know what to expect, but we also don't expect too much, because otherwise we would have seen them all the months before, sure. Right? So I think they need to play around with the comms to be able to have as much of a natural advantage by having, a bit of risky comms, but if the risk pays off, I feel like that's their biggest chance to, qualify further and make it maybe to the semis.
My favorite thing there that you said was how legitimate the Siege Mortis was for sure. So shout outs to the Siege Mortis, and shout outs to you guys as we have a surprise for everybody in the audience right now, like right this second. Right now, if you type hashtag Shelly51 and your in-game player tag from your player profile in chat in the next 10 minutes, you'll be entered for a chance to win one of 15 Witch Shelly skins. Only one tag will be counted per viewer, so don't spam and go nuts. So only write it once. Again, hashtag Shelly51 and your player tag from your player profile into the chat. 15 lucky winners will be individually selected and notified in-game within a week. Again, one more time, hashtag Shelly51 and your player tag in the chat. So you'll go ahead and grab Witch Shelly. Cool stuff. And again, I mean, it's in a tank meta, Shelly, you know, and that's where she gets work. So you might be able to play her on the ladder.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, the one moment right now where YouTube chat and Twitch chat unite into chaos and desperation. Here we go. ADA versus O.O. We are getting started. We have a call on the right-hand side. ADA, I think it's a pretty interesting comp. I mean, Pam can do okay against Piper, and he's playing it pretty well as well, keeping him at a distance and making sure that he doesn't get max damage shots. Otherwise, he has to go away from cover. So not a bad start from ADA, but it's going to end up in a draw. And with a little bit more control now for O.O, they will take the bold lead.
Luffy does a good job there of taking care of the bottom left, the blue side left cover as well. And ADA did a good job there. What I think we see here, and I think we're going to see here a number of times, is this is probably their best or second best characters that also fit the game mode, right? Like Pam, Barley, Carl isn't my go-to Siege comp, but it's pretty good, and I get why it works. And like we said, in that first round, so to speak, ADA really kind of held their own. We saw some good play from pretty much every lane, but now O.O really just kind of putting the plow down, push it into the third gear, and the Baker's Dozen, the unlucky level 13 Siege bot coming out. Fade taking care of two players on the right-hand side, and the push from Red Team is on.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through on that Ike. That might be a one push. I'm saying it might be, but it certainly is. O.O was an extremely convincing first game already. One bot to take the win. I mean, sure, it was after time, so it was a bit of a thicker bot than you were used to see for the second Siege bot, but they did the job just fine, as convincing as it gets here.
Real clean. That's what you're looking for. You know, that's what you're looking for with O.O. When you're in this position. You kind of have to tell people like this is why we're here. You know, I think O.O does have a little bit to prove. You know, even though they're up sort of against the new guys in ADA, you know, this is still. I mean, that might even be more pressure than if you're playing against an established team, because you know if you lose or look poorly against a new squad here, you know. Well, what are they going to say about you in Twitch chat? So I think O.O might have more pressure against them than if they were playing against a top team, to be completely honest.
I mean, no team has built such a loyal fan base as quickly as ADA has, all going to the moon together by the end of the year, telling you that much. But so far, it's going to be yet another first Siege bot going the way of O.O, and ADA stuck in defense early on. Fade trying to make some fireworks.
Rude. I'm not sure this is going to be a one push this time around. Good defense coming out from ADA. Bot's already halfway dead. A little bit of damage here coming out as that pull happened. And we will see a large chunk off of the Ike. 70%, so 30 done by O.O this time around. And ADA going to be looking here for a little bit of mid control. Currently 3-1 with respect to the bolts. 9 seconds to go. Fade gets another kill. Really doing a good job, but a good pull from DG. Unfortunately, won't be enough to stop the Siege bot. We'll see if they take it here.
Yeah, the Leon pick as well. Not really impactful, but I think that with how well O.O in general as a team is doing, it doesn't matter too much. And he could, afford to go for such a crazy pick, because they should be able to close it out here. 1-0 in sets as O.O take the lead, and so far it's been nothing but a smooth ride on their end.
Well played by them. You know, Fade having a little bit of fun. Part of me kind of want to see him punished a little bit, but he absolutely does not get punished. In fact, Fade might have been the most consistent player for what I saw. Real smooth stuff coming out from the fire starter, and just like that, game number 1 was a single push. Game number 2, 2 pushes, easy peasy. And O.O will move on to the next one, into the next set, and we'll see how they fare there. ADA has to kind of really step forward, just kind of pick what they're great at, I think, is the idea here as we take a look at Art 3 stats. Only 1 bolt gathered, as Fade is the one that really, really pushed forward. 3 kills, no deaths. I mean, that's the game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're not dying and getting kills, then good for you. That's pretty much where you want to be. So far, it's pretty much as expected, although we did not really know what to expect from ADA. I still feel like O.O were pretty heavy favorites coming in this one.
I'd say so.
Yeah, they're proving us right so far. Brawl might be another story. I've found that for slightly more beginner teams, Brawl is often where they shine a bit more, because traditionally when you push ladder, it's one of the best and quickest game modes to push. So if you're maybe, you know, not quite scrimming as much, it is one of the game modes that you are going to be looking to play the most, and also it's been out for a very, very long time. So maybe this is going to be a little bit better for them. Not sure if it's going to be enough to make, like, you know, a huge difference, but it couldn't be much worse than Siege.
Very true. I also find, like, Siege is an interesting approach to strategy, but it's still very much Brawl centric, whereas Brawl Ball is kind of like equal parts brains and brawn, I feel, where you do have to play sort of like the game outside of the game. You've got to just be good at passing and learning the map as well as you are at managing your ammo and your gadget and just beating people up like we see in Bounty. And so with that in mind, like you said, that might shorten the distance a little bit more. So as we jump in here right away, Art kind of in trouble. And there it is. Fade going to be pushed forward. A big kill onto Sade. And Fade gets goal number 1.
Good stuff from O.O. Only need 25 seconds to open up the scoreboard and start off with a pretty nice lead. ADA has a lot of time to respond, but so far, once again, it's O.O gaining more and more control. R3 in a bit of trouble, might end up going down here. It's going to be a one-on-one trade. This Proud Wall does save ADA's life for now, but maybe it's also just, you know, buying some time, and I don't know. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Never mind.
Ooh, that one hurt a little bit. The walk on in there, the IT crowd, you know, shout out to them as they just sometimes you walk it in there. One more for O.O to walk it on in to the semifinals here as they make quick work. I love to see Shelly. Classic first character, you know?
Yeah, the thing is, it's a smart pick, because on the one hand, it's actually not that bad if they're facing tanks, which they could have expected coming from ADA. And on the other hand, it's a fun troll pick as well. So it's kind of like 2 birds, 1 stone, right? But with the 2 birds being, or the 1 bird being ADA right now.
Can we look, sorry to interrupt you. 50%, 48 to be specific, 50% damage from Luffy?
That's a lot of damage.
That's an insane amount of damage, to be honest with you. Oh boy. All right. O.O having some fun here. Shout outs to ADA. You know, it's cool being on this sort of stage. Sade, Art, these guys have really come out and, you know, kind of put themselves on the line here. DG as well. Just cool to see some new faces in our monthly finals, especially North America, where we the competition is so tight. We normally see a lot of the same folks, so it's cool to see some new blood show up. And the lingering bubble gets the kill. Oh, I really enjoyed that one. Shout out to Sade. as they pick up another kill. But one goal away from killing this one. Mortis going deep.
Yeah, it's not looking like it's gonna last for much longer. They're having some fun as well. Toast acting invisible, but we can see the ball, so that doesn't quite work, but doesn't seem to be too much of a problem right now. They're just chilling on the totem. Bo, a quick mention to it as well. You would never see Bo in a map like this, but they can afford to, so they can, and they're showing us why. Look at that. Toast just playing around, gonna seal the deal, and that's gonna be O.O. Moving on to the semifinals. ADA, well, they're going home. They're going back to the moon, and we hope to see them soon again. But it's going to be a bit of a short-lived, monthly final for them overall. As O.O are moving on to the next stage.
Yeah, like I said, good to see some fresh faces here at the BSC finals. I think that's one of the coolest things that we do have available to us. The idea that everybody just has the same ability to come through the monthly challenge, find themselves in, and then all of a sudden, oh man, look at where we are. We're on stream. So very cool. I think that's one of the coolest things about when it comes down to the open world of esports. And just a reminder, folks, there is 1 minute left on the raffle. Again, hashtag Shelly51 on your in-game player tag from your player profile. You put it in chat, and you might be able to win a Witch Shelly skin, 15 of them. So you might just be that lucky 15 here, as O.O are the lucky number 1 that move on to the semifinals. Although with a day's stamina hat, I don't know how lucky you are going up against them. I don't know. That might be a tough one to handle.
I mean, they're lucky matching against ADA here in the quarters, right? I think they kind of run out of it afterwards. But, NA being NA, you're going to run into either Stamina, IX, or who am I forgetting? Or Tribe Gaming in the semifinals anyways, right? One of the three, pretty much always. So you got to take what you get. Tribe Gaming versus AQUA is actually going to be the next match. A juicy one as well. AQUA, a lot to prove. They've shown us what they're capable of, their ambitions as well. Excited to see how they can, actually show that to us.
Hope you guys got your raffle entries in. It is now closed as the semifinals are open. AQUA, like we said earlier, they beat IX Gaming to get to this point. If you missed that one, they did it cleanly. They did it really, really strong. And so Tribe Gaming, I think, actually has a fight here. I think this is not going to be easy. I don't think this is going to be a sweep. Tribe's still the absolute favorite. I mean, let's be real. They've won almost every single monthly final, 3 out of 4, if I'm not mistaken. And so they're the top card. But AQUA absolutely has a horse in this race. And then Stamina versus O.O also going to be an interesting one. Stamina, though, again, has a certain fire under them, because IX sitting out means that they might have a bigger chance to sort of make that big impact with respect to the monthly points.
Yeah, they needed only 2 spots here in NA for Worlds. It's a fierce competition, and everything that can happen and give you a little bit of extra luck. IX going out early. The other teams, they are gonna want to capitalize on that. Make sure they get as many points today as possible to maybe catch up, if not overtake them.
One of the fun things that Teddie mentioned earlier was how different we saw a bunch of Crow bands here, and that's really different compared to when he usually covers EMEA. Well, we also do mainland China here at the BSC, and today from Nova Esports has been really, really successful as of late, and he's got some strategies of his own that you might be able to take home with you. Let's take a look one more time before the semifinals at today from Nova Esports and their grind guide.
Welcome back to Grind Guide, the series where we analyze your favorite pro players so you can sharpen your skills and follow in their footsteps. By following some surprisingly simple tips, we'll help you to take your game to the next level. We're heading over to mainland China to analyze one of the most consistent and skilled players from the region. Today is the team captain of Nova Esports and competed at the 2020 World Finals. Sadly, he missed out on proceeding to the semi-finals, suffering a loss to PSG Esports. But it must be said, the setback did not deter the squad. This year, Nova Esports are way out in front on the mainland China leaderboard with a whopping 452 points. With so much going for them, let's take a look at what makes today's strategy so successful. Tip number 1, rearrange the furniture. Shaping your surroundings is a great way to give your team the edge, and today beautifully demonstrates that the map is a canvas and you are the artist. In the opening seconds, an early use of the Silver Bullet gadget provides his teammate Aspartame with a wider range of maneuverability. Nova are behind on capture points until Today lines up a super to connect with both the Barley and the opposing cover to open up the left side lane. He uses his remaining Silver Bullets to expose the Penny turret, and again here with 8-bits damage booster to re-establish control and take home the victory.
It's not possible.
Yeah, Nova can just continue to force themselves onto that zone, even if they have to respawn now, and there you have it. Using abilities and attacks to modify the landscape can create offensive and defensive opportunities for your team. Benefit your game by learning to do this effectively. Tip number 2, starve your opposition. In Brawl Stars, it's important to avoid taking damage wherever possible and not feed your opposition. Feeding is a term used to describe conceding shots. The more hits you take, the faster you'll allow your opposition to earn their super and the advantage. Learn when it's best for you and your team to proceed with caution as opposed to going in with all guns blazing for a more coordinated attack. Edgar Barley Surge is a common heist comp used by mainland China that requires a great deal of care not to feed, especially when on match point. Just look how Today shows both caution and awareness of range as he gracefully evades shots from both the Surge and the Barley as he waits for his super to charge. Today doesn't take a single hit for over 35 seconds while he weaves into position to apply the first strike. A level of caution that helped ensure his team survived the semi-final phase. Tip number 3, star power on point. Adapting your playstyle to your brawler's specific star power can be the difference between winning or losing a match. Today absorbs some heavy fire, he barely survives but is only one shot away from super and therefore decides to risk peeking around the corner as he knows something we don't. A position of weakness quickly transforms into a position of power, as Today's choice of star power is hype, meaning he is able to recover 420 health per second for each enemy brawler inside the super's area of effect while applying damage. He continues an extremely aggressive playstyle, using the Friend Zoner gadget to keep a safe distance following the gene pull, and his stubbornness to survive is eventually rewarded with the goal for he and his team. Learn how to best use your star powers to help ensure victories for your team. The question on everyone's mind now is, will Today and his team make it to the World Final stage for a second year running? Make sure to tune in to the mainland China monthly finals to see how he and Nova Esports progress in the competition and see what else you can glean from them to improve your game. We'll be giving you more tips throughout the year, so tell us in the comments below how you would like to improve. This has been Grind Guy. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back, everyone, to NA and LATAM North. It is great to be back. What an exhilarating set of matches we had there, Teddie. I was really rooting for ADA, but I mean, you know, 0.0, right? You love to see him advance on.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all were. The moon is not that far, but, you know, maybe next month we'll see 88 come on top. Moving on, we'll have Tribe Gaming NA versus Aqua. That's going to be one phenomenal match for sure. Ready?
Yeah, and we want to hear y'all's input on these upcoming matches. We are going to allow y'all to vote for who you think are going to be taking the Grand Championship today. So make sure you vote in chat with the proper hashtags. Hashtag STMN, hashtag Fear the Tribe, hashtag Aqua, or hashtag O.O. We'll check back in later to see what y'all thought once we have all those results collected. I can't wait to see who people are thinking are going to win, Teddie.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely up for grabs. I think Tribe might come in as a little bit of a favorite here with STMN, but AQUA and O.O, they're here to prove us wrong. They're here to prove you wrong. They want to make it all the way and maybe take their first monthly final win ever. So we'll see. Maybe this is the day for it.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an unusual, like, top 4, right, semifinals round, because we don't see IX today, right? In their place, we see AQUA. I love this team, and we're going to see them coming up on the first match. It's going to be Tribe versus AQUA. Corey, Zulon, Tyrant, you know him, and you know him well. AQUA going to be composed of Slash, Jig, and Minwoo. Brought out a rockstar performance versus IX in the quarterfinals. Let's see if they're just as prepared to face off against our reigning NA champions.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I might be a bit biased, but I have a sweet spot for AQUA as well. Jigsaw usually has a little teddy bear emote next to his name in game, and that just like means the world to me. But you know, fair and square, we'll see who plays best today. Ring of Fire for Hot Zone to kick things off. We'll have some assembly required in Siege, Double Swoosh in Gem Grab. Same safe zone for Heist and Super Stadium for Brawl if it comes down to a 5th set. I think it's clear, but it is a best of 5 now as we move on to the semifinal. So it's a bit more about consistency and a bit more of a marathon rather than a sprint.
Yeah, and we get to see like all of the competitive game modes as well, so things start to even out a little bit more, right? You don't have to, you know, kind of get lucky and hope that one of the modes that you're good at is within the first 2, and now it expands to the first 3. And honestly, if you're bad at 3 modes, then okay, maybe you should go back to the drawing board and practice a little bit. But I think, you know, this is going to even things out quite a bit. The stress levels have gone down, at least towards the beginning of the match, right? You have 2 sets that you can afford to lose before you got to win every single one in a row. It's harder to go to that match point where you got to bring out the reverse sweep. We got the bans coming in as well, Teddie. I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams don't want to play against.
Well, Primo and Frank, I say Primo, but Primo and Frank are going to be the bans from Tribe Gaming NA. Piper and Gene on the side of AQUA. I think we have some very targeted bans on the side of AQUA. You know, like overall, Gene, really solid brawler for Tribe. Piper, maybe a little bit less, but still a good brawler on their end. Primo and Frank, I feel like they're kind of go-to bans at this point for Tribe Gaming. With the current meta, right? Tank heavy, they just want that out of the mix, simplify the comps a little bit, and by banning tanks like this, you also need a little bit less to make sure that you have a brawler in your team that can deal with those tanks. So it gives you a lot more freedom with your comps, but more on the safer side. So I like it quite a bit. I think those are good bans on both sides.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think these are very targeted, right? AQUA, they brought some targeted bans towards IX in their last match, and now they're bringing out the Piper and the Gene bans, right? Probably targeted at Zulon and, you know, our other players remaining on the Tribe roster. Let's take a look, though, at who y'all thought was going to take the win in the grand finals. Looks like it is mostly in favor of Tribe, but STMN closely following. And, you know, I gotta say, this is pretty fair, right? This is in tune with what we've seen in the BSC here in NA so far, because usually IX would be taking second place, but since they're out of the competition right now, it's going to be an STMN second place, I believe. Yeah,
I mean, I think that's absolutely right. We'll see, you know, down on the field how they play, how those guys perform today, but Tribe, I mean, it's, you know, wide open for them with IX out of the picture. They are one of their biggest nemesis as well. Definitely gonna keep an eye on STMN as well as O.O and AQUA. We'll see how this one goes as we kick things off with Ring of Fire. So far, a little bit of a better start for Tribe Gaming, but nothing too significant just yet. And I think that loop pick on Tyrant Star can really go a long way for Tribe.
Yeah, typically what we've seen is, you know, if you don't pick loot, then you lose, right? Haha, it's a funny joke that I've made a million times by now. But it's just sort of the trend that we've seen. In AQUA, looks like they're trying to adapt, right? They don't want to pick up the loot. They want to just go for the lanes instead, right? And that's going to be their strength. That's where it's going to lie. But with the Crow pick, I think maybe they were anticipating that Tribe would pick up some kind of Byron or Poco or some kind of healer based comp. It's what we used to see a lot on Ring of Fire before people had really figured out this map, and especially the Lu pick. But so far, Tribe getting good control with a combination of the Lu super and the walls, as well as all the Bell gadgets. I mean, Zeon's just used all the gadgets in one spot. It's looking like a Tribe game so far, unless Aqua can really come back.
Yeah, that wall might help Corey take back some center control, but never mind. He's going to get absolutely melted down. Still a good lead for Tribe. They have time to catch up. We'll see how that goes. I think a super from Tyrant Star could really go a long way, but he's going to place it. He does go down, which means they can't really capitalize on it nearly as much as they would have liked to. Slash is going to get reset on his heel because of hitting that mine, which could help out a little bit for Tribe. But look at that, Aqua. They're catching up, only a couple percentages behind. And Minwoo, he's just not going anywhere here against Corey.
Yeah, honestly, I've had my attention away from the action, more towards Slash and what he's up to. He was disarming those bear traps. Oh, he's going to hit 2 shots following that damage amplifier. Aqua, they might take this one back. I was looking at Slash, right? He was on low health, completely calculated. I can almost imagine what the VC was saying. He was asking, okay, so wait, if I step on the bear trap, is it going to kill me here? No? Okay, let's get rid of it. And then he just barely manages to slip away. It's a Bell 1v1 here, and they're both going to go down, but Jigsaw comes in. Here's the next challenger. Corey steps up to the plate. Aqua, they just got to stay on this point for a little bit longer. Here comes the hedge. Tyrant has to get this defense. Slash goes down.
Oh my
Zealot's
goodness.
going to pick up the win. A 1% difference for game number 1. What a game.
I mean, you know, if you have to summarize a close match with one game, that's going to be the game you're looking at. That was 1%, and not even like a full percent. It was way closer to that even. Incredible stuff from both teams. Tribe Gaming just barely coming on top, but that was a big challenge, and it's not every day that you see Tribe Gaming and NA actually getting challenged in the first place.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. Aqua, they are really, really shaping up, and look how close this was. Minwoo just barely went down to the damage from that super. Really, it seems like the difference was made by the Lu. We'll see whether one of the teams picks up the Lu this time. I think Aqua, they're still going to be guarded, though, about, you know, is Tribe going to pick up some sort of healer-based comp, and they're going to want to do something to deal with it, right? That's why I believe we saw the Crow. But only time will tell. Aqua, though, they clearly know Tribe pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. I think that if they don't want to bring in the Lu here, Aqua, and we still see the Lu on Tribe Gaming, they are going to have to play like SK did earlier in EMEA, where they were facing a Lu without playing it themselves. And what they did is they basically just made sure they wouldn't feed it at all. Just like, you know, Ark said in the grind guide, starve your opposition. That's literally it. If you don't give him super, Lu is not going to be a very strong brawler. Doesn't have that much control besides for that super, and then suddenly it loses a lot of value. So you have to kind of, you know, reallocate your resources to other positions on the map to try to make sure you don't really feed that Lu too much and get the most value out of it anyways. But look at that. We have no more Lu for Tribe Gaming. They're going for an aggressive Boko. With that comp, that's really impressive. He might be running Solo Screech as well, to be honest.
Yeah, well, he does go down on the lane. It's not every day that we see Poco lane. Usually he's here at mid, but with the Bell interaction of Force, there's kind of no way. Oh, Screeching Solo gets the kill versus Jig. Tribe, they're going to take back control. What am I watching? Well, you know, I guess someone finally agrees with me. Screeching Solo, it's better. You don't have to agree with me, but I love Screeching Solo so much to play a sort of aggro Poco, especially when I'm playing ladder with randoms.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely viable. It's not easy to pull off, but you can do some real wonders with it as well. A very clutch brawler with the Screeching Solo, but so far, I mean, it's working out absolutely flawlessly for Tribe Gaming. They do lose quite a bit of control now, a chance for Aqua to catch up percentage-wise. We'll see how good this retake is from Tribe Gaming, but they'll need to get to it soon enough. Otherwise, it's going to be Aqua taking back the lead. A nice opening kill from Tyrant. Slash is going to be next to full, and suddenly that's a whole lot of control in favor of Tribe.
Yeah, Slash is really trying so hard to carry on this right lane and flex on a mid, but he's just faced off against Zulon. He's going to keep on healing up, and Slash, all he has is that gas to heal to keep himself alive. Though, we do see the kill at mid. Jig and Slash are now going to go for this pinch versus Zulon. He's going to be able to retreat, though. Here come the reflected shots off of Zulon, and Tyrant, actually looks like they might not be close enough for those to hit. But Tribe still in a strong position. AQUA also really trying their hardest, but it looks like this one will actually go to Tribe.
Yeah, they have a bit of a lead again. Jigsaw is going to fall to Tyrant Star. Nice crossfire with Corey. Tyrant was another kill once more. 13% away from taking this set, and they have 2 men in zone. Nice double kill from Slash and Jigsaw. They take down Corey and AQUA. They're going to be catching up here. 80% on their side. Only a couple of percentages behind. A nice wall as well to just, you know, have a bit of a smoother time in the center area, but it's not gonna cut it. And Tribe Gaming, 2 extremely close games, but they win the set anyways.
That's crazy. I didn't expect to see 2 super close games in a row, but I mean, that's what happens, right? When you put AQUA versus Tribe. AQUA, they are just climbing the ranks. They took down IX, and, you know, Tribe is the next in their sights, but this is something we've seen time and time again. Even, like, you know, some of our second or third best teams in NA that just can't seem to take down Tribe, even though they get very close. But here's a review of set number 1. We saw the Crow pick here, and it seemed to be working out pretty well towards the end, but look how close it was on this hot zone in the last few seconds, Teddie.
That was not even the last few seconds. That was so close for the last 100 of a second. Absolutely insane how close this match was. The second one a little bit less, but calling a match that ends up with like a 8%, 7% difference towards the end, not close, because the other one was just that much closer even then. That just says how little of a difference there was in that first set. And I mean, you know, I think that for AQUA, it's really about not taking it too harshly. It is a loss, you got to deal with it, but focus on the next set. Make sure you pick that one up, because they definitely have what it takes to, you know, give a real run for their money to Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, you know what I think they need to do, Teddie, is they got to rearrange the furniture, right? That is a viable strategy. They just got to rearrange the furniture. Maybe it'll happen right here on Some Assembly Required. You got all of these amazing obstacles that permit the close range brawlers that we often see on this map.
Yeah, it could be an option. A lot of brawlers do provide enough destruction to take care of all that cover towards the center, make it a lot easier to get those long-range fights. It's an option on a couple of maps, and we saw it in Siege, played earlier in the EMEA. I don't really remember the match. I think it was a different map as well, but a lot of cold action over there. Yoshi playing a lot of cold for AQM. Maybe that could be an option. I still feel like tanks are probably the more common call here, going for something like a Primo or a Mortis or a Frank. Really solid brawlers at the moment, and they're not banned, so the option is there, especially with maybe even a Poco in that roster.
Yeah, I think so too, right? Maybe we'll see like a Poco or something come out if we can get some more wall break. It's going to be tough. Let's look at the poll. Yeah, it seems like Tribe is very favored here, though it is going to be a really close one, right? We've seen AQUA bring out some amazing play so far in terms of Siege. So let's see their picks. They're bringing out Tribe. They're bringing out the double thrower in Spike. This is what they brought out in round 3 in the quarterfinals. AQUA, though, they're also picking up the double throwers, slightly different on the thrower picks, but also Bell. And this is one that we're a little bit, cautious of, Teddie, because she's not able to hit around these walls, even though she can get a good defense with the damage amplifier.
Yeah, thing is, as you rightly said, she's going to need her super to do that, and doesn't have it for this first defense, so it's going to be a bit more complicated. They will take a decent amount of damage, but all things considered, I mean, 30%, 31%, not the end of the world, but Tribe Gaming, they have a 3 bolt lead rather off the bat, and they get to keep control, so they are in a good position right now. They're going to be definitely happy with how this first game is going for Siege.
Yep, Tyrant now going to be able to deposit this bolt. Tribe, they're picking up such a huge lead on AQUA, No hopes for AQUA to claim the second bot, or maybe even a bolt at all. They haven't picked up one the entire time. Our siege is going to be going to Tribe. Level 9 siege bot. Not the speedy boy, right? Not the purple bot, but a high-powered bot nonetheless. We'll see Zulon try and get some massive hits on this Ike. It's also going to be really important. Actually, wait, they're going to go for it. They get that kill, and they're going to be taking game number 1 here in Siege.
Yeah, just like that, right? Was a Spike as well, which is definitely an interesting one. Spike that has been kind of sneaking his way back into the meta. Very subtly, I would say. In Siege, don't see it a whole lot, but it can be really good in defense to take care of those siege bots with the gadget. You can get some decent value of the Ike as well, and against tanks, it definitely does well too. So probably why it's brought in here, and definitely not like, you know, the Leon picks we saw earlier, where sure, they could afford to do it, but it wasn't really bringing any value here. 33%, he was doing his part.
Yeah, I think so too. Heading into game number 2, what are we thinking as far as a comp switch up, right? Because it seems like AQUA, they were having a little bit of trouble with the brawlers they chose, not just you know, with their mechanics or playstyle or anything like that. If anything, we've seen that AQUA's mechanics are almost on par with Tribe Gaming, if not exactly on par with Tribe. So what are we thinking in terms of comp change?
I'm not entirely sure, to be completely honest with you, Reddy. I feel like there's a lot of ways to go about it. They could go for something, you know, more tanky overall. And look at that. They're going to bring in the Dynamite. Interesting. It's a brawler that has been a lot better in the meta. Is it good? Maybe not. But we'll see how it's played out. I mean, you know, you're never surprised, or you can expect some good Dyna plays. We've seen it happen in multiple regions since he got buffed. It does seem like at least it's good enough to get the first siege bot.
Yep, first siege bot going the way of AQUA, and this is very different from what we saw.
Look at that gadget.
But look at Corey, yep, making use of that popping pin cushion. And this is actually going to be a great defense for Tribe. Corey pretty much single-handedly defending that bot with little assistance. It's the power of the popping pin cushion and the perfect execution as well. Corey, though, goes down to Slash. Sandy, right, so good for that wall peek and that very bursty damage. AQUA, they're looking to be in position to get this next siege bot off as well. This is going to be great because they have to secure this control of mid to get that final siege bot for themselves and tie up the set.
Yeah, I think that the Spike pick is a mistake here for Tribe Gaming. I think that in the first game, it was like, sure enough, it's a bit of a surprise pick. I feel like here it is really scary, especially against a Sandy that can 3-shot you. A Dynamite that can 2-shot you. That's just really, really hard. And sure, they do defend properly because of it, but I do feel like it puts them at a disadvantage to take any sort of control. I mean, you know, he's going to get 2-shot or 3-shots by anyone on the map, and that's just really not a good situation to be in. Makes it really hard to move forward and take any sort of control. But Tribe overall have regained some control. They are picking up a couple of bolts here and there. Is it going to be enough, though? It's going to be close for sure. Jigsaw, it's all tied up. It's going to be a draw.
Wow, a draw for the final siege. And unless Tribe can actually make it into AQUA's Ike and deal loads of damage, there's no way for them to come back. They're having to defend against Jig, who's probably going to go for the flying hook if he can. No, not even going to go for it. Just trying to keep that control for AQUA. You know, and the Dynamite cry for mid move and the lag walk as well. Hey, at least they're respectful enough to do it inside of the Sandy Super and stop once it's up. Not going to be him on Tribe. Definitely going to be him on the broadcast, though.
Yeah, well, you know, gotta appreciate that for sure. It was a much better game from AQUA. I do feel like Spike was the biggest problem here for Tribe Gaming. I think Corey played it really well. I just think that the choice of running Spike just wasn't it. Like, in game 1, I think it was interesting because it's a surprise factor, and I don't think anyone expected it. But in the next game, it gets countered by everything on the map. And it's going to be really weak. And the problem here is not that it gets countered. Everything has a counter, right? Every single brawler, every single strategy. Thing is, it gets countered by brawlers that are more meta than him. So you kind of expect them to be here in the first place. And even if they are played as counters, they are still going to do very well. So that's kind of where I think the decision was a little bit weak from Tribe. They could afford to do it, right? They're still up by a set, 1 game away from winning a second. It's definitely still a good position for them, but they need to tread maybe a little bit more carefully coming into the next couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, even when we saw a Spike on that, like, ideal lane versus Carl, it wasn't working out so well for keeping the control, mostly because, you know, you are at risk of getting 3-shot. What a different strategy we're seeing this time. Of course, not from Tribe. They're running almost the same thing. Aqua, though, they're going for the double tanks and Sandy once again. Sandy has worked so well for them to get those 3 shots, that burst damage for the kill. We might even see Slash try and get the pinch here. Min Woong has that sleep ready. He's going to get it onto Corey. What a bit of synergy there. Stuns the enemy for Slash to come in and pick up the kill.
Yeah, great plays from Aqua. And their comp, I mean, it's a good counter comp. Spike is the one that is going to have to do work here this time around for Tribe. We talked about the decision earlier. This time around, I mean, he's the one that needs to pump off because he's the best shot here for Tribe Gaming to take care of those tanks.
Yep, Tribe now trying to retake mid. They have Zealand on the right lane, but he can't see any of his enemies, and he's at risk of getting bursted down. Min Woong, though, is going to get trapped on that tire around the corner and goes down to the second hit from Tyrant's main attack. It's going to be another bot, actually, for Aqua. No way for Tribe to come back at this stage of Siege number 2. But they could take in Siege number 3 if they can get an adequate retake. They're going to be defending like madmen. Corey has that super ready to go, but is he going to be able to get in position in time? No, he just goes for it versus Jigsaw, and Tyrant actually tanks the bot for a little bit so Corey can pick up the next hedge. A great defense for Tribe. All they got to do, though, is get this final fight, and they will be able to bring us into set number 3 on their terms. But Aqua, they're looking pretty strong here.
Yeah, Aqua in a pretty decent position still. They do lose 2 players, and that's going to turn things around. Although Slash is able to bank a couple of bolts, 8 seconds left, and Tribe Gaming take the lead bolt-wise. I think they're going to get this last siege bot, and therefore only 16% damage to tie things up, 17 to take the win. It's very much possible with level 8 siege bot where they can go all in.
Yep, and now the name of the game is take out Tyrant, Zulon, and Corey before that bot reaches the safe, because it's absolutely defendable if they manage to stop these players. Tyrant, though, is already rolling in. Just a few attacks is going to put Tribe in the lead. In spite of 2 very close sets, Tribe, they're still heading to set number 3 with a nice 2-0 record in the current match. You love to see it if you're a Tribe fan. Aqua, they are really putting their best foot forward, but it's just not enough.
I think that this is a heartbreaking loss for Aqua, right? First set, it's, I think, 8% total that separate them from losing the set 2-0 and winning it 2-0. Here in Siege, it was almost as close. And honestly, I feel like they had everything lining up for them as well, right? They had a really strong counter comp, because sure, Spike does okay against tanks. It's still not ideal on a map like that with so many walls, so much cover for Aqua to hide. And I think that Aqua, they had a much stronger matchup. Unfortunately, a bit of a choke towards the end, and Tribe Gaming able to clutch things up, pick up that last siege bot, and turn things around. And now suddenly it's 2-0 in sets for Tribe Gaming, but it doesn't feel like it to me.
It doesn't feel like that at all. In fact, it feels like this match has been going on a lot longer than just 2 sets because of how even it has been so far. Though, I mean, Tribe, you know, they pick up the 2 sets, and that's really what matters, is that at the end of the day, you pick up the set, you get that win. Look at the stat comparison between these two. Jig, no doubt, not going for kills at all. He's just going for the bolt. Though, with that aggression does come deaths as well. That's exactly the strat when you're playing all tanks like that, right? Is you're just trying to pick up those bolts. You don't need to win the fight in terms of getting kills or having control. All you need to do is play the objective.
Yeah, it's hard to get kills in such a situation, because the only way you get kills is if they let you, right? If they let you get in range, because you can't just get in your Ike's range and you're going to be safe. That's pretty much how those interactions went. He would get some good damage, or he would just be enough of a threat for them to fall back. Problem is that last siege bot turned everything around for Tribe Gaming. There's not going to be any siege bots here. Fortunately for AQUA, I guess, we'll have to see if they're able to themselves turn things around, because they need nothing shy from a full-on reverse sweep to come back into this match.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is where we could see like the Jean or the Tara coming in full force. But Jean, as we know, is banned out by AQUA, so it is going to be a Tara game. We're going to see Tara on the left lane, and I think Amber is going to be a good way to counter that. I predict that we'll see it Jig on the Amber on the left lane, or at least our left lane. Yep, we see it, and we don't see it the Tara though. It's actually going to be Corey on the Sprout.
Yeah, interesting picks for sure. Jigsaw gonna get a nice burn onto Corey. That should be enough for the kill. Yup, indeed. And AQUA, they start pretty decently, but a lot of gems on the floor. Slash, not sure yet if he wanted to pick them up or wait for his own gem carrier to come back. Instead, he's the one going for it. And that's gonna be a nice wall as well from Corey to just limit the amount of angles that Minwoon can peek him from and go for those gems. So a little bit of extra security over there. And so far, still a bit of a gem lead in favor of AQUA, but nothing too worrying just yet for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, Corey picking up this third gem does actually boop Minwoon forward, has to use that Garden Moltre to keep himself alive, so it's another one down. Tyrant has a great fire fuel as well as he lays things down on the right lane, trying to prevent Jigsaw from getting in here. It's all about Corey and Tyrant pinching Jigsaw. Minwoon also still trying to stay alive, needs to heal up some of this damage. Tyrant taking some significant damage as he's forced to retreat. Just 420 health left, and he's out of commission for a little while. Zulon also on the left lane, low on health, but he is well concealed within those bushes. It's going to make it tougher for AQUA to push in, and another hedge is also going to make it tougher for AQUA to push in as Tribe Gaming takes this lead.
Yeah, small lead for Tribe, nothing too massive as, well, Jigsaw just ties things up now. He's going to be really low HP, has to fall back. A nice wall from Corey to take back control. Can he find the 10th gem and maybe even the 11th one? Well, this could be a good chance because...
Yep, Corey now with the 10 gems. Finding the retreat here, 131 health left. So close to a reset for AQUA. Minwoon really trying to grab this gem, but he just can't. Tyrant getting a good offense. And we also see a Slash go down. Tribe Gaming NA, they're bringing this to match point. Oh, well, unfortunate. Teddie, it appears that he used Lose Gadget, and he will be completely frozen. But I'm sure we'll get him back in just a moment. Well, I loved that match. I feel like I'm really good at predicting, right? We saw Amber on the left lane, and it was Jigsaw. So, you know what? I'm really proud of myself right there. Look at the predictions, though, right? It seems that most of you guys are right. Tribe are taking the win so far. 72% of the vote as well. Look at Corey, though, going for the retreat here. 131 health left as he tries to get out of there. No tie for AQUA there, and Corey's able to secure those 10 gems. Tribe, they're just doing what they do best, right? Which is secure that control and just quietly and passively move up. Look at the stat comparison as well, right? It speaks for itself. I mean, though it is very, very close, right? And I feel like maybe that's what is speaking for itself in that regard, right? Minwoon, 2 deaths versus Corey's 1 death, and the gems grab, they're so close as well. 2 very matched teams, but at the end of the day, one of them is going to come out on top. I think maybe we could see another 1-1 set coming up, right? Maybe this is the beginning of the reverse sweep for AQUA. We still have some other game modes that we haven't seen yet, right? Like Brawl Ball that AQUA is very good at and just might have the upper hand over Tribe. So only time will tell. We'll have to see how our following games turn out. We're going to be getting into our next game very soon. It is match point as well for Tribe. If they win this next game, of course, it all comes down to this game, then they will be heading on to the grand finals once again. I mean, Can we really say this was that unexpected? Obviously, as I've already said, seems like y'all were experiencing some of that as well. Most of y'all thinking that Tribe will be taking the dub overall today. We'll be getting into our next game in just a moment. Here we have Jig. What is he doing? He's picking up the Mort. Tyrant is, wait, Jig is all the way behind Tribe. He's going for the double bats. He's actually gonna get the kill under Corey. That's exactly what the Mort is here for, is the Sprout counter. Zilon, though, much of the same. All the way pushed up on the right bush. Tyrant gets taken down by Minwoon. Some aggressive positioning from Tyrant that resulted in a good prediction there from Minwoon. Yeah, Tyrant also gonna push up on the right lane. Jig and Minwoon slowed down by unfriendly bushes, and it's gonna be a lead by far for Tribe Gaming NA.
Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Hello, it's me.
Oh!
I'm not Teddie, though, unfortunately. Tribe Gaming is certainly Tribe Gaming. 10 gems just like that. Countdown started, countdown canceled, countdown started. And we hope to get Teddie back. It's F. Dot from before. And Tribe Gaming seemed to just keep on keeping on here.
Yep, Slash, though, is going to be able to recover a lot of these gems. Do we see the Great Escape? Oh my gosh, 3 chained supers in a row, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, I've said this, right? I've said this before, F. Dot. It wasn't a heist, but that was a heist for sure.
Yeah, that, well, we saw a heist in Siege before, now it's a heist over here in Gem Grab, and, I mean, everybody's just diving deep here, but spins and the win. And if I'm not mistaken, that's it, victory for our boys at Tribe Gaming. They will go on to the finals.
Sort of heartbreaking, actually, for AQUA, since they worked so hard to get to the spot. They had to beat out IX of all teams to get here, and then Tribe rains on their parade, but they definitely did get to strut their stuff in our last match. It was such a close match as well, especially considering that, you know, they're playing against Tribe, right? But no surprises here. El Clasico, Tribe heading on to the grand finals.
Exactly. We generally, I think North American fans generally expect to see Tribe in the finals. However they may get there, whether they have to play against teams like IX, AQUA. But again, as AQUA kind of sits out here, I'm real excited to see them make it this far, make it this interesting as well. I think that they really stood up, and you know, these guys have been looking for the right sort of group, and with Minwoon on the team, some fun stuff for sure. But yeah, so Teddie is kind of gone for now. We'll see if we can get him on back here. But for now, we will take a look back at this AQUA matchup. I caught a little bit of it. This is where I kind of like went and I grabbed some dinner as I was watching the beginning of the games. But walk us through how AQUA dealt, or rather how Tribe dealt with AQUA.
Yeah, well, I mean, this was a good time to grab something to eat, right? Because, well, I mean, I think some popcorn, right, would be the appropriate snack to have at this point. It got so close. Every single moment was just a nail biter. We saw Tribe take set number 2 here with that spike pick over and over that we were a little bit suspicious of. Look at Slash's escape here as he is trying to pick up these gems from Zulon. It's going to happen in just a moment. Here it comes, the kill from Minwoon. And look at Slash chaining those over and over and over again. He's just not able to get out of there. Maybe this is a case for the first Stu star power. Let's look at the stat comparison though, F. Dot.
Yeah, Tyrant coming out here playing Barley, doing about 1/3 of the player damage as we usually expect. But at the end of the day, Barley to me is so much less about the, you know, these numbers and more about where these numbers took place, right? He's a control thrower, he's an area denier, and that's really what you want to look for when you're looking for Barley. But, you know, Tyrant, always expect him to do the job, and today no exception.
Yeah, no exception at all. I mean, just consistent good control with Barley. We even saw in Siege, it was a stat comparison between, I think, Tyrant and Jig. Jig was on the BB and he got 0 kills, and here's Tyrant coming with 8 kills. 8 kills in a game? Like, man, I wish I could pull that off when I'm trying to do my quests just to complete Brawl Pass and get the new skin. But just absolutely remarkable what we saw from Tribe. But it's also, you know, what we sort of expected, and
Yeah.
we will, this is a good sign that we're going to see Tribe once again take number 1. But the question is, who will they have to fight to claim that victory? Will it be STMN or O.O?
That is what we are about to find out. STMN, Stamina, definitely the top card, as I like to say. O.O, though, no slouch. They've been here a couple of different times, showing up to our BSC monthly finals and changing their names here and there, but at the end of the day, this squad is an established team. But I brought it up before in the quarterfinals, and I have to bring it up here, how Stamina are always a team that are trying for it, but they kind of always the bridesmaid, never the brides for them.
Yeah.
As pretty as they may be. Today, though, this is the day that, their ears perk up just a little bit extra, because the number 2 team in NA, IX Gaming, knocked out early. Stamina trying to make that number 2 spot as far as points are concerned. Win in the finals is something that looks very, very good for them, obviously all the time, but specifically right now. So I think O.O have a excited Stamina team in front of them that's going to be hard to deal with. We will start off on Canal Grande.
Yes, that's what we like to hear. Love it too. Yeah, as I always say, I'm from Texas. Oh my God, the boy!
That's the best one.
A new friend.
He's the coolest. That's Lifeguard's
awesome.
Pretty cool, actually. That guy kind of looks like you, Teddie.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. You love to see it. But we love making new friends on the map flat threes.
I do.
Though, yeah, Canal Grande, right? It's a tough map to contend with. We'll see what our bans are, right? That'll help us kind of break it down and feel out what this match is going to be like. As far as O.O though, I don't feel like they really got to show their stuff, right? They faced off against ADA, and don't get me wrong, right? Exhilarating match. ADA definitely going easy there on O.O, right? I mean, come on, they have such a massive fan base behind them. But O.O, we'll see what they're really made of here versus STMN.
And we'll see. Actually, so I was going to say we'll see a whole lot of tanks, and I do predict that we'll see a whole lot of tanks, as Stu Bell, Poco, and Sprout are the bans. And I point out the Poco ban by Stamina because I think this is very interesting. Usually you want to pair your peanut butter with your jelly, you want to pair your tanks with your Poco, but there's no jelly on the field this time around. So what's the best way to pair tanks when Poco's left on the sidelines?
Typically Byron, right? And we see a lot of Byron on this map to begin with, probably like a Byron Rosa or some kind of Primo or something as well. We are going to see the Rosa, but no Byron, actually. It looks like we're just not really feeling it today. Zard, though, is going to be picking up the Brock, and this is actually something we've seen from STMN before, is they bring out the Brock here on Canal Grande, and it's worked out pretty well as well, right?
Yeah.
OG is going to be picking up the tick as well on the 1v1, and we've already stated our opinions about the tick 1v1, right? It just doesn't produce many kills. It just gets a little bit of control and some damage.
It is interesting to me to see Bobby, not being on the Brock. That's been his most played character throughout the entirety of the BSC finals here. Not just this month, but just over the course so letting the teammate kind of pick it up something a little bit different for the team, So I kind of like that look. Fade gonna look for the push forward. Great play. Was that the gadget there? Was that the 1.5 sleep?
Oh, you love to see it, dude. You love to see it. It's the 1.5. Yep, here comes the super as well. And Toast, who's now Tostadas, is going to be going for the retreat up here. Luffy is back to this corner, and Fade does get stunned and slept. Here comes the super from OG, who's trying to secure the kill. Manages to finish him off with that gadget. STMN keeps their lead here. Zardo is looking like a juicy target for Luffy, and he's completely pinched. It's a free 5 stars for O.O, and 30 seconds remain for them to catch up.
That is a big kill there. 6 stars now in total for O.O. Bobby is able to steal 2 away, so doubling the red team's total at the moment. Getting down to the final 15 seconds here, and positioning here from Stamina real good. Luffy just barely outranges one of the shots. And last 5 seconds, I don't think O.O can do anything about this. 1 kill gets them closer, but not close enough. A dozen for Stamina, and they get win number 1.
I love the Brock pick, right? That is probably my personal favorite, right? And of course, we didn't see it from O.O, and we see what a difference that can make. You're able to break open these walls. You're able to get long-range control, especially with that super as well, right? A large area of effect, a large area of denial. I'm glad to see Brock coming back into the meta, though I also want to talk about the Sandy pick. I mean, look at the synergy between Bobby and OG here. Not only do they just naturally have synergy as players who played together for so long, but with the combination of the Tick Super Gadget and Sandy's Gadget, it was beautiful to watch them take down such a powerful tank.
Great stuff here. You know, really clean looking at how Stamina was able to do it. As we said, I kind of expect them to look pretty strong here, and that's how you start a game.
Yeah. Oh, I believe we have Teddie back here. FDOT, it's been an absolute pleasure, but we're going to be bringing Teddie back in just a moment here to come back and help us out with what can we expect from STMN and O.O. I really do need his competitive experience and analysis once he gets back. I'm looking forward to. Oh my gosh, he's back.
Hi,
Teddie. You used Lou's gadget. I thought it only lasted for a second, but it lasted like a few minutes there.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad gadget, but we are back and in an even better shape than before. I have no clue what happened in the last 10 minutes, so I'll just pretend I do. STMN was, a very nice first win in this set. O.O looking to come back here, was already a 5-star lead. Definitely the way they wanted to start this game.
Yep, and a massive pull. Bobby gonna pull Luffy here, and the kill onto Luffy. That's hopefully for Luffy, not a theme that we see consistently, considering that Luffy is going to be trying to pick up most of these stars. We do see Luffy really trying to build up the super. Here comes a super from Zard. He's not able to get the kill, though. Luffy finding that perfect little corner to hide in. But he's just not able to attack the left side of the map, where we see OG racking up some stars as well. Here comes the gadget. Toast. Not going to get that kill either. It might actually go down. No, it's actually going to be Tick's gadget, or rather his star power that keeps him alive. That quick healing is so useful in the 1v1 situation. STMN, they're being backed up all the way to their spawn, and this is exactly where O.O wants to be, actually.
Yeah, nice comeback here from Stamina, leading by 5 stars. It started off 0-5. Now suddenly they are the ones in the lead. Very solid plays on their end, and they're getting closer and closer to closing this one out. Luffy gonna pull Bobby, but instead Bobby knocks him back, takes him down. Fade knows it's over for this game, and that's gonna be Stamina to take set number 1 under their arm. Pretty convincing win as well towards the end. It started off a little bit shaky, but towards the end you couldn't tell any of that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, every match has its ups and downs, right? But what matters is consistency, right? Are you able to win, like 1% more often than the enemy? And over time, that accumulates, and it is netted this time the win for STMN Esports. We'll see how they fare in the subsequent maps, but this map was absolutely an STMN Esports game. Bobby with great pulls. We didn't see the kill from Luffy either. Bobby was able to completely recuperate following that pull, and even pull one off for himself. No pun intended, I swear. But look at the stat comparison between the two Genes as well, Teddie.
Yeah, definitely a much better performance on the side of Bobby. Just, getting triple the kills and 1/3 of the death. That's definitely the way you want it to go. He's been playing a phenomenal Gene since he's back in the meta. And it's definitely, a brawler coming back in meta that is huge for Stamina. One of his favorites and one of their favorites overall. We'll see if that can have any influence going on to Hard Rock Mine. Gem Grab is kind of the game mode for Gene. And thing is, if he wants to go for something like maybe a Piper, he's going to be happy with that as well. We saw Bobby on the Piper earlier, and he was absolutely popping off too. So a lot of possibilities for Stamina and O.O here in this second set. We'll have to see who is maybe a bit more creative or more on point with the comps.
Yeah, I believe so too. It's going to be a comp game here, especially here on Hard Rock Mine, right? Where, as we've said, it is like the fundamental, quintessential Brawl Stars map. We see it in every Brawl Talk. We see it in every single tournament. It's just so, it's at the core of the game. And you know, I know we're in set number 2. We've already seen a win go to STMN, but I think whoever wins this map right here is going to be the one who ends up winning the match overall. So hopefully for O.O, that doesn't end up being STMN, especially considering that just they're so strong, and that'll take us into set number 3 if we see that win for STMN. So here comes Luffy though on the Mort, already trying to pick up the damage on OG, but gets denied completely. It's a strange comp for O, quite frankly.
Yeah, it definitely is, but Fade is pushing up on the right-hand side, looking for Zar. Can't quite pick up the kill, and that's going to be Zar doing his job just fine, getting a nice double kill. Bobby to find the turret, and that means that Bobby can just jump away with 6 gems, open up the walls a little bit, remove some of those bushes, and overall make it a much more appropriate playground for Piper.
It is a Piper playground, and with that power-up, Bobby's going to be so fed. Zar now with the Robo Retreat is going to be picking up a power-up as well. He's going to have to retreat into the bushes, though, and got a lot of healing there as well. Bobby, though, ready with this super. Luffy trying to make his escape, but he's just not able to get out of there. Bobby and Zar going for a massive pinch. Bobby now ready to pick the 9th gem and the 10th pretty soon. Fade's going to try and get the flank on the right side, but Zar is able to get the damage. It's all down to Luffy if it can get in range. He does pick up the super, but he just can't put it to work. It's going to be actually STMN Esports winning game number 1.
Yeah, solid performance, just in line with what we saw in Bounty, if not better. Really convincing stuff from Stamina. Not much of a threat so far here, O.O to Stamina. I feel like Stamina were kind of free to do what they wanted to, right? Bombi popping off on the Pipers, Zar having a terrific game on the Rico, and then the Ruffs doing just what you expect from a Ruff, being a good support player, helping out his teammate, and holding his own ground, and he was doing all of the above.
Yep, look at the stat comparison here. Fade was just really not able to make things work with Rosa. Right, and let's be fair. Rico is a hard counter to Rosa on this map. Rosa, her entire strategy is run up the left lane, put down a bush, or, you know, use those bushes to your advantage and flank the enemy, get behind them. And then Rico's whole playstyle is deny that lane as much as possible. So it was a hard counter, right? And I feel like that stat comparison right there does just exemplify what I'm saying about Rico being such a tough counter for tanks, and most notably Rosa.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if there is some sort of an appropriate response from O.O coming into game 2 here for Hard Rock Mine. I feel like they need to. I don't think we will see the Rosa again. The Mortis might get switched out as well. And here we go. They're just going to go for an almost mirror matchup, bringing the tower instead of the Ruffs. Not sure if that's the play, but it's definitely an option. And so far, it's not doing bad whatsoever.
Yep, Fade is switching things up. He's not going for that Rosa anymore. It's all about the Tara, but he just can't compete with the range of Bobby, who seems to be all over this map. Even Toast is retreated all the way while they wait for Fade to come back and help out on the lane. It's gonna be tough for Toast to push up here on OG and Bobby with these sandbags in the way. Each one of those can absorb a shot from Piper, and her reload speed, it's so slow. And I mean, this really goes to show, right? He could have connected that shot with Bobby and won the Piper 1v1, except that those sandbags are just getting in the way. It's such a useful ability, Teddie.
Absolutely. Luffy quite low HP, but look at that. Nice gadget to heal all the way back up to full HP. O.O with a nice 5-gem lead right now. Fade does fall, drops a gem as well. But honestly, not the biggest deal. He was going to have to do something eventually in that position. At least now he gets to join back his teammates on their own side of the map. Homemade recipe misses there from Bobby. Toast able to dodge that one. And now that can help out quite a bit because no more Piper, a lot less pressure. But Bobby is already back. Full HP as well. And look at that, 6 gems, only 2 behind. That's not a big difference. And, you know, it's a whole set on the line here if O.O can't win this one.
A great kill there by Zar. And we see how far STMN is pushing up here. right? It's because OG, I believe he's run out of sandbags, and they don't want to let this fight return. Oh, there goes the last sandbags. Okay,
Jinx.
yeah, just correct me here, OG. Thank you, man. But I think that was actually the last sandbags. Here comes a lot of damage on Bobby. He's not going to get taken down, and the only member remaining to contest at this point is Luffy. He goes for that reflected shot, but it just can't make it in range. But that would have been actually amazing. What a clutch it would have been if that had just had a little bit more range, had it connected. But STMN, they're going to be running back this countdown. O.O, they got to get some more damage.
Yeah, look at that. He's going for the gems, but he can't pick them all up. Even if he picked them up for just a split second, it would have reset the countdown. But he couldn't. He went down before that. That means that Stamina Esports, they pick up yet another set. It's 2-0 in sets, and they're looking to go the distance here against O.O. So far, really solid performance on their end. Really yet to be, like really challenged. There is some stuff that O.O is throwing towards Stamina, where Stamina has to clutch up a little bit, but not quite consistently enough, where I feel like Stamina is really in danger of not going to those grand finals.
Yeah, I think if we'd seen, a more mirror match, then we would have seen a closer game. I think the roughs worked really, really well for STMN. And then in the previous game, it was the Rico that was doing so much work. Zara versus Fade. I mean, it was just such a tough counter to deal with. Let's look at the comparison between Zara and Luffy here, both picking up the Rico. And you can see, right, it's a pretty clear difference as far as, what you're able to make of each life. Zara only going down 2 times, but still picking up 5 kills. It's all about getting the control on the lanes versus a tank. And that Rico is just making it so hard for that Rosa pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that overall, the Tara and the Roughs had kind of the same role, at least regarding the mid fight, where they could help their Pipers out. On the one hand, you have Tara that can put her shadows down, and they are going to be annoying targets for a Piper. I mean, if she needs to use 3 shots to take them down, that's a lot of ammo, that's a lot of exposure, and it's definitely very strong. Thing is, I feel like the Rough sandbags do a better job, mostly because they're just chilling there, right? They're not moving. They're gonna sit exactly where you put them. The Tara shadows, they will run all over the place, chasing anyone that's closest in range. You can kind of herd them towards something like a Rico that can take care of them much easier. And besides that, Roughs obviously with the buff as well, being able to buff up Bobby on the side of Stamina, just make him that much stronger as an individual Piper.
Yeah, and I absolutely anticipate the Roughs coming out once again here on Nuts and Bolts. It does really favor some mid-range brawlers. Roughs, I mean, I think is possible, right? Carl, also a good possibility. Given that we're watching STMN, I think we could see the BB as well, right? Possibly coming out from Bobby, whether he's running home run or batting stance, that is up for debate. But we are not going to see that actually he's running the Barley. Bobby is very good on the Barley, so no real surprises here. But O.O might have the upper hand here as they're running something way tankier versus something more control-based. Though so far, STMN Esports, they're handling it pretty gracefully.
Yeah, I think that Lou is kind of going to be the key here for Stamina play around that. First off, to get some solid defense. And secondly, to try to help get control, because it's going to be the highest damage they can get against those tanks, as well as some nice control of the super. And look at that, OG already has his next super ready. He can definitely use that for some control. And as a tank, it's not really like you can like sit next to the ice and go for some shots. No, you have to run straight into it if you want to really participate in the fight. And that's where the big weakness can be.
Yep, and it seems to be working really well for STMN here. And look at Zar's positioning as Toast goes for that super with Primo. He just backs into the Ike's range where he just can't be touched by the tanks. Luffy still going for damage, but he's not able to pick up the super. And Fade also looking for some more bolts. It is going to be an STMN Esports bot, though. O.O, though, they have put some bolts in the bank, and it's entirely possible for them to bring back the final siege. Especially with Frank's super, it is going to be possible for them to get a 1-push and maybe get a ton of damage. STMN, though, not able to make too much use of this bot. Zara was not able to get all the way in there, though he's going to go for the control, and here comes the loose super as well to establish yet more control at mid.
Yeah, STMN looking to hold on to that control, try to get a tie or even win this siege, but nice stun from Fade that could make a huge difference here. OG quite low HP as well. This siege bot surely is going the way of O.O. The factors we're going to be looking at is OG with that super to try to get that siege bot stuck against the water, and obviously the Frank stun as well, the primo jump, all factors we need to keep in mind in this pusher from O.O. They need quite a bit of damage as well. The siege bot is taking a lot of damage. Let's see if they can make something happen. Stun comes through. There is going to be some good damage. Is it going to be enough though? I think it might just be, and here we go. O.O. make it work, and they pick up their first game here in the set.
That's absolutely textbook, right? That is what they needed to do, and they managed to pull it off amazingly. That second siege, that second siege, they were able to pick up enough bolts to secure themselves the last one, and it all came down to Fade having that super. He was so close to not having that super as well. OG really didn't want to give it to him. He was trying to do whatever he could, but Fade was just waiting for that perfect opportunity to not get stunned for the super and just get that one pop-off. Toast as well, ready with the super. Amazing there. Let's take a look at Luffy, though, just doing so much damage. Really is there to collect the bolts and also to zone out some of those control-based brawlers who are kind of squishy, right? We're talking about Bobby
61% team damage.
See, that's what's really, like... That's what's really amazing to me is 61% as Mortis. He's doing the work of 2 players as Mortis.
How? I'm sorry, how? Like, that's incredible. I mean, doing 50% is already a lot. That just means that he did 61% damage and his 2 teammates together did 39%. I mean, you know, running something this tanky like they were, it makes more sense because the Mortis is better at like closing the gap and really just going for those duels. And it was his job as well, right? He was the one on the hunt. Primo and Frank were more just like picking up the bolts and chilling. Still, wow. What a performance from him. Definitely made the difference here. But if you look at the polls, it does feel like Stamina got the public behind him, the audience behind him. Is it going to be enough for them to close it out in 3 sets? Well, they'll need to get to match point first, but I still think they played quite decently here in Siege, so I wouldn't be that surprised if they made it happen.
Yeah, I mean, to think that you could take Mort, right, and get 61% of your team's damage versus the inventors, right, of the Siege Mortis, that is a remarkable feat. If they can keep up the momentum, then we can totally see the comeback, right? I see it in the cards. It is entirely possible, though. You know, STMN, they were on a really hot streak, and, you know, maybe they start just like relaxing a little bit and not exactly try-harding all the way. We'll see what happens in this game. They do definitely want to close things out in just 3 sets. And we do see a switch up. Bobby on the Carl now, Zar on the Spike, and Teddie, we were both a little bit suspicious of the Spike pick previously, but they really just don't want any of that tank business.
Yeah, it can do pretty decently against throwers as well, and look at that. And just as I said, Zar takes down Fade with some nice shots, being able to just predict his movement and hit him despite Fade being behind cover. So really, really nice play there from Zar, showing the most value you can get off that Spike. We'll see how the defense here is from O.O. Not terrific, I would say. There's some pretty decent damage here off the first siege, about 58, make it 62% even. That's really solid. Now O.O. need to be careful. It's not a story of like making sure they get the last siege bot. They need every siege bot because it's going to be hard to defend this.
Yeah, that was actually a phenomenal first siege there from O.O. Oh my gosh, OG barely escaping. He's in that one little triangle of safety. But that was a spectacular first push there. Ooh, Zar falls to the El Fuego. Toast also goes down. Still, another siege bot for STMN. We're gonna see Toast ready for that defense. But considering that most people just like use the first siege bot as a way to get mid control, that was a crazy first siege. I think we might see it again if Zar and Bobby are able to get in here.
Yeah, it's over. Match point for Stamina. As easy as that match point. Coming up for Stamina Esports, O.O. are in a world of trouble, but they have some hope because they picked up a game in this set. That means that one game and they're out of trouble for now. So maybe they can make it happen now. Maybe it's already a bit too late to get started with a comeback. Well, we'll find out in that next game, right?
Yep, next game, we'll have to call upon our highlights from this game to kind of analyze. I love the loot pick, right? We didn't even see it on defense once. It's so great on defense, but OG, he made it work at mid as well, picking up most of those bolts and getting a good amount of damage considering he's Lou as well. But really what we're looking at is the control, right? Is he able to pick up the bolts? Is he able to play the objective? Is he able to provide room for his teammates to make the most of the mid fight? So I think very well played there by STMN. I think we will see a comp switch up once again from O.O to try and make things work, right? The tanks worked pretty well for recovering that first game, but now they're not just trying to pick up game number 1. They're trying to pick up the entire match because we're at match point.
Yeah, a lot on the line here, Stamina. We talked earlier about, IX not going past the quarterfinals, falling to AQUA, being a good opportunity for other teams like Stamina to really set themselves apart and try to maximize the points and reduce the gap in points, maybe get closer or take over the second spot in the rankings. This is their shot at it, and going to the grand finals would be already pretty much accomplishing that. We'll see if they get to it. That's going to be Zar going down to Toast as a bit of a first blood here, and O.O to get a level 1 siege bot to kick things off.
This is actually great for them because not only have they switched onto the Lu, but they are getting that first siege bot, and that is going to get them control of mid. Really what Luffy needs here is to get that next super. He is going to go for the Ike though, and Toast is going to hop in to also try and claim some control. Here comes a Sandstorm, and if you don't have a Lu super, a Sandstorm is even better, in fact, I think perfectly timed as well. Right as STMN Esports is getting ready to push back into mid, Luffy's going to be looking for that super. Now Zar's ready with the super as well. And STMN, they're actually going to be taking mid without much of a fight. Oh, they have to completely back up.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get quite interesting because now they can build a pretty healthy bolt lead coming into the third and final preparation phase. And sure, there's a level 7 siege bot heading their way. They need to defend this and they need to defend it well. But if they do, they're going to be in a decent-ish position, considering there's a Lu on Luffy for O.O's defense. With that being said, flawless defense from Stamina, barely taking any damage here. It's all going to be about that third and final bot. And
yep, we'll see. Bobby now picking up the bolt once again. OG with loads of damage as well. Zar is picking up that bolt as well. STMN, they definitely had this last siege. The question is O.O going to be able to pick up this defense? Here comes the final bot to STMN. O.O, they gotta get a great defense. 51% is the number to either match or not get that much damage. Here comes the defense. Zar's coming around the right side, has the attacks ready to go. Luffy, Toast, and Fade all working together, working their hardest, and that Lu Super is putting in work too. Damage still rolling in on the safe. We just need to see a little bit more. OG with the final
my God.
hit, but that last shot,
that just about did it. That was just about enough. What a clutch here from Stamina, and what a way to take this match home, securing yet another spot for them in the grand finals of a monthly final. Beautiful stuff. It was a good run from O.O, just couldn't quite make it work here against Stamina. GG's well played. The grand finals are going to be next, Reddy, and what a grand final as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a stacked grand finals. We're going to get to see STMN and Tribe once again. We saw them face off to head on to the grand finals before in previous months, right? And it's almost always resulted in a Tribe win. But we'll have to see what STMN is bringing to the table this time. Let's take a look at our highlights from this last match. We saw a great start for STMN. O.O, they were really putting out their best, but Bobby on the Gene, it was just unstoppable. Zar also on the Brock. Here we saw Zar with a great performance on Rico as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Overall, I mean, Stamina is a team with a lot of brawlers that they can play. They're very versatile, and they don't hesitate to putting them at play, showing some really great stuff. OG on the spike has been an absolute monster today in Siege as well, and he's the one that clutched things up towards the end. Look at that, Bobby and OG pushing up. 3 seconds left. Bobby goes down. Still 5% damage needed. It's 50 to 49, but that final shot is going to get the damage that was required for Stamina to access to those grand finals, and they will get it. That's what's important in the end. It was close in that game, but still overall a pretty dominant performance overall against O.O.
Yeah, imagine if we'd seen Luffy just a little bit further up, and he would have been able to tank that shot, right? And we would have seen actually a win there. We would have seen the set go to them, and it would be a completely different story. We'd still be watching that match. Absolutely insane match that we just witnessed. But with that, our grand finals are set. It's going to be Tribe versus STMN once again, and we'll be getting to that in a moment. But first, we have another update on the stolen BSC trophy.
The trophy, it's gone!
Maybe you should ask someone who wasn't at the party that night.
Dark Lord Spike, our evil plan is working. She has followed her orders. Distractions are in place. Soon, the trophy will be ours, and the tournament will be ruined!
Ha 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 ha.
Haha. Let's go.
Oh, you couldn't hear my excellent laugh. I was muted to the stream, but
Unfortunate. That was an amazing. I mean, they just keep on getting better, right? It starts off the trophy's been stolen. Oh dear, and then it's a party. Okay, you know what? We're getting interesting. Then Tara just takes us on this like kaleidoscope trip, and now it's Dark Spike has been heading it all along.
That's I need to clip that audio and use it for something. I don't know what I'm going to use it for. Anyway, welcome back to the BSC monthly finals. I'm F. That's ReddySet, and I am more than ready to get into this one because this one's really, really spicy. There's a whole lot of big picture stuff. Oh, I'm glad we got to see the bracket this time.
Yeah, we do get to see the bracket. Guys, our grand... Okay, you know what? Whatever. Our grand finalists are Tribe Gaming NA and STMN Esports. Let's take a look at their journey to get here so far. Tribe Gaming NA first, they took down the Monkeys, then AQUA, but that score doesn't tell the whole story. Those were really hard-fought matches. Similar on the lower side of the bracket, STMN first facing off against Fiasco Esports, which you were there for, F. And then O.O, which you were there for a little bit. And now they're facing off against Tribe.
Yeah, that's the big picture here is, you know, as we look towards, so, you know, if you're just kind of tuning into these streams and like to see some good Brawl Stars, there is a bigger picture. There's a big world championship that we do at the end, and the top 2 teams from North America go there, and the way we find those top 2 teams is we play these tournaments and your position. So right now, Stamina is number 3. IX is number 1. Or excuse me, Tribe is number 1, and IX, who are no longer here, are number 2. And so Stamina, right now, if they take down the number 1 team with the number 2 team not here, I don't have the math in front of me, but this is the biggest step forward that they will be able to make. Like, this is the perfect scenario for them if they win. This is the best move they can do here. And so... this is all Stamina has to be thinking about. Tribe Gaming, on the other hand, you know, they fall down here. They still kind of like have an extra life, but this is the big moment for STMN, and they have to have their eyes on the prize.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of teams, right? They're here for, like, you know, the cash money. We got $1 million prize pool. Other people, they're here for the fame and the glory that is to be won. But STMN, since the beginning, their journey has been aimed to culminate in a world final spot. And so far, it's just been so close, like literally by a hair. They have not made it to the grand finals in the past, or the world finals in the past. And now with 2 spots available to NA, and both of them being occupied by Tribe and IX, they got to somehow break into that top 2. And to do that, they got to, you know, surpass one of those teams. So this is when STMN really needs to come back. I predict that it will get, you know, continually closer as the year progresses, but this is a great opportunity for STMN to bring it back. Tribe, you know, pretty safe here, but if they have a mission of stuffing STMN down and facing off against IX at the World Finals, then this is also the time to cement that.
Exactly. That's all you got to be thinking about right now. And so that said, it's going to be a tough one here. Corey, Zulon, Tyrant, these are the tyrants of the North American Brawl Stars scene. Bobby OG and Czar, though, you know, they're here for a reason. You said it yourself. They've missed Worlds by a slim margin each and every time. These guys are good. You know, these guys, despite not being #1, are a lot of fans' favorite team. A lot of fans' favorite players, and I think that really speaks a lot to it. You know, Bobby, just watching his character specialty has been really cool. Kind of whether he's playing the sharpshooters or the Gene, you know, can kind of do multiple things here. But that, I think, speaks volumes when you're not #1, but you still have like hordes of fans behind you. And so this one's going to be tough. But I think the deal is, Reddy, is that it's also going to be tough for Tribe. I don't think this is a 3-0 in either direction. We might not see 5, but we're almost definitely not going to see 3.
Oh yeah, and we've seen games, right, that get so close, and even still, we see a 3-0 or a 2-0. But like you said, F-Dot, this is not going to be close this is going to be close as far as the set scores, right? Our match overall score, it's probably going to be a 2-3, a very bitter victory or loss for either one of the teams. We're going to see close games. We're going to see close sets and a close match overall. It's going to be exhilarating. I can't wait to see what is brought out, because this is really the ultimate moment for both of these teams. Their toughest opponent so far in the matchup today.
So we have the Primo ban, which, you know, Tribe was like, we're not gonna play. No Primo and no Gene. That makes sense to me. You're making the Surge face, aren't you? Because I made the Surge face too.
Yeah, Surge Protector. Yeah, that is if I've seen a juicy band before, it is that. Yeah. Did we get like I mean, I know like Time Traveler Colette is coming out, right? But I didn't expect to be time traveled back to a year ago, right? When we see the Surge getting banned every single time, right? When he's just absolutely insane. What is going on? I don't really see a single one where Surge is really like a mainstay, maybe with the exception of Triple Dribble. Like that, yeah, I was looking at that maybe, but the others aren't really Surge maps. I mean, Tribe Gaming, sure, they've got a good Surge, but that's not the character that like comes to mind when I think these guys, and that's what I expected to see. If we look at any of these other, you see a massive lean on the side of Tribe. I still didn't expect a little bit on the side of Tribe, but 55-45, I told you, these Stamina guys have a lot of fans out there. Yeah, I mean, you know, the Tribe influence is definitely like really widespread, and you know, is not just in Brawl Stars, right? It's like in so many different games.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, it seems that, you know, like at least in Brawl Stars, right, a lot of fans of the boys on STMN, right, on both sides, some real fan favorites, and you know, it's gonna be really happy or really sad, right, for opposing sides, no matter how it turns out, right? It is going to be so exhilarating. The stakes are high as well. Such a heated match that I have hopes for, and I mean, the fans absolutely know that very well.
Yeah, I mean, this one's for almost all the marbles, right? Like we said, there's a lot of point implications here with respect to Stamina trying to step forward and do their thing. Tribe, of course, just wants to keep on keeping on. You know, 4 to 5 looks pretty good, especially with the one you drop. You know, so like I'm absolutely expecting both of these teams to kind of come out swinging, and that's what we're going to see here. Bobby on the thrower. We've got Zara on the stew, and then Bell of the ball in the left lane versus the mirror from Zulon. So an interesting little combination here. I'm looking at Czar. What's his role here?
Well, I mean, Stu is a really good pick, maybe to deal with some tanks because Czar is able to stay out of range of tanks and get consistent damage, just zoom around, also get the gas heal rolling. I love, though, how Czar was able to get rid of Corey's super and use it to blow up that wall. That's going to be... What was that? Amazing synergy from STMN. Zara just getting the kills on the right lane. And we saw Bobby and OG on the left also picking up that ball to pass it over. Amazing way to start off this game for STMN. Tribe, though, definitely pushing up here as Tyrant looks for the burst damage on Zara, though Bobby is not going to let it be an easy fight for Tyrant. They're going actually for the 2v1, pretty much completely ignoring Corey if they can, right? Because Corey, he's just going for control. He's there to accent his teammates. And Bobby can kind of afford to ignore him and just go for an optimal 2v1 situation where, you know, mathematically they should win.
Well said. Yeah, the accent, you know, when you're tossing out mines like that, you're looking to like pepper the field and just sort of do that sort of look. Barley chased back into the net. Zara's going to step forward, take care of the ball carrier. And Tribe has to watch out. They might step a little too far and find themselves getting into trouble here.
Yeah, had that been like a barely differently passed ball, I think it could have gone in the goal past Czar. Though, here comes STMN, right? They see that 40-second mark pass, and they say, you know what, let's just play defense. We'll corner the ball, and we'll just, and you know, this is like the safe option, right? They're pushed all the way back here, and it's just not looking realistic for them to make it all the way to the enemy side while keeping control. They're 2v3 here, outgunned, and Tyrant does manage to trip that bear trap, and now he's going to go for the ball. Bobby really trying to stuff him in here. Here comes Zard, though. He does get slept. Zulon with the kill as well, but Bobby lays down the control around the ball. It's all about keeping the control. Zulon goes down. Corey might be able to get it. No, there's just not enough time. There's not enough health, and that's going to be STMN taking game number 1.
Really, really well played there, coming out there from STMN. When it came down to the idea to castle and just turtle with the ball in the corner, we saw some good play from Barley. And what I like about this Stamina team, that I've always liked about this Stamina team, it's also how they took this goal. Again, look at this. This push up from OG is communicated to Czar. Czar goes all in. The pass is in the air before Czar gets the kill, and there's trust in the teammate to confirm the kill, for the pass to work out, for the goal to be scored. That trust in the teammate, we saw the same thing there on the defensive end when Barley goes all in. He knows he's going to die, and then Czar can kind of come in and take over. That's what makes Stamina such a strong team, is their synergy is there, and that is how they win games.
Yeah, and, you know, Bobby, OG, they've been together for a long time as teammates, right, playing on the same roster for a long time, so they absolutely have that center. Yeah, just years and years and years. And then, you know, you have Czar, right, coming in as well, you know, a newer addition to the team, but still, you know, working into that that synergy that Bobby and OG already have, kind of acting as a mediator sometimes, right? And then we take a look at Tribe, right, and they also have this good synergy. They've been playing together for a long time. They have this trust in each other as well. So really, we're looking at two top teams that have invested a lot of time and a lot of effort into building that synergy, building that trust, and coming together to create something that's more than the sum of its parts.
Well, we got the Poco on the field this time around. Stu. And well, everybody's dead, so I can't tell you who the third one is. Oh, it's Mortis! Of course, it's Bobby on Mortis. And of course, Tribe just walks past him and gets goal number 1. Oof. A real quick team wipe from Tribe Gaming. This Tyrant is a little kind of mad. Bobby goes deep. Corey smacks him. Tyrant's still here. Ball hits the post. Kicked out to the side. And so this has been all Tribe. I mean, this one goes up to 11.
Yeah, and the thing is, if there were like more than 2 goals in Brawl Ball, I think STMN Esports would be able to wind up winning this one, right? Because the gadgets from Corey and Tyrant have been protecting them from Bobby for so long, right? We see it, the friend zoner, we see it, the last hurrah popped whenever Bobby tries to go for something. Zulon, though, is going to try and get the kill on Bobby. He has that damage amplifier hanging over his head, and he is going to take some massive damage. Here comes the gadget from Corey, and the ball makes it all the way across the field. Just a smidge of difference, and it could have been a goal. Zulon, though, might actually be able to put this one in the goal. Is he going to be able to? No, fumbles the ball, and Bobby's going to pick up the control here and 2 kills.
And that's going to set things up for STMN. Right lane is where Czar's walking it down. OG picks it up, passes down to Bobby in the mid, but players are respawning, so we're just going to get a reset. Tribe Gaming still with the lead. 50 seconds on the clock, and Stamina has to fall back to play defense.
OG, though, is ready with this super. Going to be able to push Bobby up here. Tyrant goes down. No friend zoners left, though. It is a 2v2. Corey's trying to get control over this ball. He's going to be laying it down those mini mines to protect it. Really, that's what Tick is good for, right? Laying it down the control around a specific objective. But OG's still going to be able to grab it. Bobby as well has his ball. Here comes the dribble. What did I just watch? What on earth? Bobby puts it in the goal to tie things up.
Incredible. That is perfect use of literally everything. Dashing forward with the attack, using the super to find the shot with the fire on it, perfectly placed through the defender's legs in traffic. Overtime is going to be slanted in Tribe's direction, though. 1 player alive, make it none. And it's 2-1. Tribe Gaming take the first game. Oh man, if this is how this whole match is going to go, I'm here. Let's roll, baby.
That is absolutely the greatest play that I've ever seen in all of my history casting Brawl Stars. Look at Bobby. Oh my god.
Dude, that's a nutmeg. Right through the legs, like 2. That's insane.
How? And we see Bobby and Zara trying so hard. And Zara, you know, did really give him a run for their money. But, I mean, when you're facing the 1v3 situation, right, there's really only so much that you can do. Take a look at Tyrant, though. He was playing Imps and doing really well, even despite running out of friend zoners there towards the end. Tyrant was getting such great control towards the beginning and was able to pretty much just walk it in for that first goal, right? And this is what I was saying, is if we had like more than 2 goals that could be scored per team, then it would definitely be like, it would definitely be an STMN win right there, because in the absence of the gadgets, they absolutely counter the heck out of those guys.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, if it was just such a, like, onslaught at the beginning. I think that STMN was almost like caught off, like, wow, you guys are going that hard at 8 in the morning? Like, calm down. We just started. Is there some sort of ramp up? And Tribe was like, no, there is no ramp up. We just win. And Stamina's got to deal with that going forward. I'm surprised that they were able to counterattack as successfully as they did. Man, I'm still thinking about that shot. You know, the hitboxes are like, your character kind of like grabs it. That was if that ball was like placed a centimeter or millimeter to the left or right, you know, like.
Yeah, we need the mathematicians. That's what we needed the entire time. We at the beginning of this match to see how points were going to turn out in the region. Now we need it again. Corey's going to go for this goal.
Everyone's dead.
Oh my gosh! Everyone's respawning just in time to recover it. What? He tossed it behind himself to score in the goal after he died, but it wasn't gonna go in. Czar picking up the defense, and STMN and Tribe is still in deadlock.
Literally everyone died. If that's not a like microcosm of this matchup, like all in, here we go, and then just like, well, there's no one left. So yeah, I think this really is, you know, Battle of the Titans here. We are on set point, and the ball is stuck in midfield. Tyrant with some good positioning. Czar trying to play around this set of boxes, and Ems is real annoying when it comes to that. The dash out of Corey, and Czar gets in and can't get out.
Well, I mean, he got out, but it's going to send him back to spawn. And I think I love to see actually the use of the first star power from Stu, because I think a lot of people badmouth it, but look how useful it is for just getting in and out versus Tick right here. Zar just going straight for Corey. Tyrant, though, trying to be like a sort of a personal bodyguard. Here comes the super from Corey, and the head jumping in, forcing some shots from Zar, and not letting him heal up. He's still kind of low on health and might even get taken out by Zulon if he's not careful enough. Also, look at the damage amplifier over OG. Tyrant's going to try and pick up a one-shot or something, some sort of kill over here. Zar with kill on the Tyrant, and STMN Esports going to be pushing up here. We might see Zar pick up the skill. No, actually.
Nice try, Zulon. One step better. Zulon's used to that sort of thing. Tyrant, though, going to pick up the ball. OG gets the kill. Tyrant responds, but nobody's really strong enough to make a move off of that one. Zar dashing forward, and we're going to see an overtime here, no question about it.
Yeah, the question is, who is going to be favored more by those walls breaking down? We see the Tick on both sides of the arena. Tyrant might be able to make more use of this. Let's see how things pan out. Here comes the Tick Super Zar getting loads of damage. Here comes the pass to OG. Is he going to use? No, he passes to Bobby, and Bobby's able to walk it in. That's going to be STMN taking this set.
They're in...
So you just turned into Tick for a moment there, but I get it, man.
I mean, that one was real fun, because I was about to say the two throwers inevitably with an open field are on the bad side, right? You can just sort of rush them down unless the team pushes the enemy squad into the corner, which is exactly what STMN did. You see here, this is the only good scenario to have two throwers on your team. You shove them into the corner like a locker, and you bully the enemy down with your just denial, and that was just, yeah, man. That's Brawl Ball, baby. Shout out to Zar repping Mexico here for the team.
For real, and this is actually probably who I would have chosen personally as my MVP for that last game, because Zar on the Stu, he's using the long dash, right? He's using the first star power, and a lot of people, as I said, they kind of badmouth it, but it was so useful in that situation. Look at the KDR as well, 2.7 average kills and 4.0 average deaths. Stu, he's a crash test dummy, right? He's meant to be disassembled, he's meant to be broken, right? Meant to be destroyed. The thing is, when is he going to come in handy, right? And it's those last moments right there where he's able to get the ball, pass it out of the corner, and be of good assistance to his team. We're heading into Canal Grand pretty soon.
Grande?
Grande, sorry.
Oh, wait, is there a, we saw the dinosaur, and I think I see another dinosaur. Yeah.
Yes!
There he is. That's my new favorite. My friendship broken up with Snake, now best friends with this guy. But lifeguard's pretty cool. I want to bring it back to what you said about the star power, though, which I think is very, very neat. As we've seen Brawl Stars get deeper and deeper of a game and get more complex and intricate, things stop becoming good versus bad. There will still sometimes be choices of like, this one is better than that one, but more often as we see more gadgets and star powers introduced, they're going to be situational, they're going to be niche, they're going to be specific, and that's exactly what we see here. You know what, the longer dash is usually worse than the other option, but in this matchup, in this game mode for this team, that was exactly what they needed in order to take the dub. And so real cool to see players kind of thinking outside of the box, and instead of like just going with whatever's popular, going with what they know is going to be good for the moment at hand. And so just like that, it's a 1-0. And we're going to move on to, all right, fine, Canal Grand. And we'll see how these guys go. Remember that we have a banned Surge, so he won't be able to jump around anywhere. I just wanted to say that Surge is banned, so. It's still such a weird ban for me, but okay.
It is a strange one, right? It definitely psychs me out a little bit. Here we see Zar picking up the Brock, and that's pretty much what we saw, right? Zar, he played something interesting in set number 1, and once again, he's playing something that we thought maybe was unconventional, but maybe this is what Zulon was sitting on and had in his back pocket. We saw that explosion there. Zulon going for the rocket fuel, but Tyrant still manages to secure that kill Perhaps it's to open things up for Bobby. Though didn't get a huge wall break. Czar's still going to try and break things open on the right side because it's all about getting Bobby that little bit of control, that little bit of wall break that needs to get some kills. But still, it's going to be Tribe Gaming NA keeping the lead.
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head. I think that, letting Bobby play Piper and removing obstructions for Bobby's Piper is usually a good plan. I say usually because, Zulon and Tyrant are also matching the 2 sharpshooter right lane with a 2 sharpshooter right lane, and Bobby's getting punished. The Bell is real strong here. Zulon's killing it as well. And so, okay. It seems to be a double-edged blade. At the moment, 14 stars for Tribe Gaming. 7 now after Czar gets a kill, but it's been largely Tribe up and down.
Yeah, Tribe still ahead by 2 stars, but what kind of margin is that? Czar was, oh my gosh, he's in the Matrix. He can't be touched. He still can't be touched. Here comes the Tick Super going for Zulon. It went all the way from the opposite side of the map. It went all the way across that bridge, across the canal, and it's going to net STMN the lead here. 20 stars versus 14, and they have a lot of room to back up here, F-Dot.
That last shot from Bobby to nail that kill from across the map, taking it from a tie. They had the boost star shot to 20-14. That might be the dagger. They get 1 and then some. Bite back from Tribe Gaming still won't be enough. Just, again, this is, again, what we asked for and what we are receiving. Overwhelming lead for Tribe Gaming, destroyed by 1 or 2 fantastic plays by STMN, and then at the last moment, Tribe just this close away from winning it. Like, I'm here.
I just couldn't stop watching Czar. Look at him. He just look at him go. He can't be touched. Look at him. And then here comes the snowman head from the opposite side of the map. Goodbye, Zulon.
See ya.
What?
Then, check this right here. Bobby onto Tyrant, and then Tyrant responds, and they get 22 right against 24. And that's, again, smart play here from the rest of Stamina falling back because 1 errant shot, 1 random kill winds up putting the game in the other team's favor. So by falling all the way back and just trusting 1 player, all right, Bobby, you got to get the last one. Even if you die, we're still good because we've done the math on the fly. That's the sort of thing that, again, makes good teams great teams. So
doing the math on the fly is like calculating the trajectories. he's like handling the protractor at light speed. Yeah, here comes the chalkboard, whiteboard over here, right? Masterfully doing the calculations where he just cannot be touched. That is just so insane to behold. Czar really been clutching up for the entire match so far. But see, the thing is, you can only clutch up so much, and you're gonna have to, right? You're gonna have to like work as an entire team as well to maintain that lead. So we'll see what STMN is able to muster this time. They're staying on the same comp, and STMN Esports also staying on the same comp. They're not switching onto any sort of Piper action. Let's see what sort of game this creates for us this time with STMN taking that early lead.
I love it. I love it. Listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And sometimes just because it didn't work out once doesn't mean it's broke. I think both teams have the correct composition here, as correct as you can get, right? But like, yeah, just if I'm Tribe, if I'm coaching Tribe, my response is play a little better. Like, you played just as well as the team that won. You didn't get overwhelmingly destroyed. And so Tribe Gaming trying to do just that, but Stamina has the upper hand this time around. But again, remember how game 1 started? It was 14-3 for the majority of the match.
Yep, and well, maybe this is when we start to see the reversal. Tribe Gaming starting to kind of pick apart STMN here on the right lane, but Czar firing back, securing this 13-6 lead. Zulon also avoiding a lot of damage here. Czar being forced to retreat. Here comes the super as well from Corey. No damage inflicted upon Bobby or Czar though. Zulon now looking to deal some damage versus Czar. We're just going to have to come in and go for the pinch, but Czar is able to escape by just a little bit. Tyrant, though, still locking down the left side of the map. Typically on Canal Grand, you don't want to be backed up like STMN, and with the clock ticking down, STMN, they either got to have a spectacular and consistent defense, or they need to start turning this into an offense.
Well, a little bit of a back off from Tribe Gaming allows stamina to build up some of their HP. 9 seconds on the clock, 13-9. STMN gets taken down, but there's a trade out. Bobby gets the kill, and so it's 15-12, and that's it. STMN 2-0 big picture as they 2-0 Tribe Gaming in a bounty, and Tribe Gaming has only lost once in the finals.
And it was versus IX as well, and they've been knocked out of the equation. So this is absolutely crazy. What on earth are we gonna see in our upcoming games in set number 3, 4, 5? Are we gonna make it there? I was really hoping for all 5 sets to be played, but at this point, it looks like, you know, STMN, they can close things out pretty quickly. They don't want to go to set 5. Tribe Gaming, they gotta pull out some big guns or something, because STMN, they are absolutely on fire today, and they are not showing any signs of slowing down.
Like I said, this is, again, there's the Matrix play where Czar just perfect positioning, prediction, and another P word. I don't have one. He just looked real good. Like, that was fantastic stuff coming out from Czar individually in this one. You know, at the end of the day, when you have Bobby on Piper and Bounty, you have a chance to win the game, and you have a high chance to win the game. I fiercely, like, call me a fanboy or whatnot, I just think Bobby on a sharpshooter is disgusting, and the rest of, you know, you let OG stand there and help him out. So this wasn't really surprising. We saw Czar kind of run things in set number 1. Bobby, Czar kind of run things here in set number 2. The sharpshooters reign supreme. And as we go into set number 3, this is, I mean, obviously this is where we need to see Tribe win. Otherwise, it's all over. But here's the thing. I mean, Siege is a mode that the stamina guys are good at, right? They have their own sort of strategies. And so I look at Factory Rush, and I mean, this is where I think the teams are the most even. And with the way Stamina has been playing today, with the early knockout of IX, I said that there was some sort of, like, you know, oh, that always makes me feel sad. Even though I have new friends, I'm still sad. But there's something, you know, juiced up here. As soon as they saw IX go down, they knew that this was their chance. And so when you're playing against a team that has that sort of, if we say momentum is real, this feeling in the air has to be real as well. And so I think Tribe has their work cut out for them. And before I guaranteed we wouldn't have a 3-0.
Well, I mean, we're heading into Factory Rush pretty soon, right? It's a long-range map. We're going to have to see, you know, some sort of positioning, right, with Piper, maybe a little bit of, you know, preparation as far as the Piper. Yeah, I think so too. I'm trying to think of P words. You gave me a long time to think of P words. So maybe a little bit of perfectly positioned Piper precision, and then
Bars.
Yeah.
Bars.
Well, I do everything. I do everything. I do birthday parties and bar mitzvahs. Call me, and I do all sorts of entertainment. Let's see what Tribe Gaming and STMN Esports is bringing out this time. They are bringing out 2 Stews and 2 Bells. Do we see the second Piper? Is this the mirror matchup?
No, it's Amber. It's Bobby's Amber.
It's the Piper counter.
Yeah, which I'm surprised to see Bobby stepping into it, but Bobby generally tends to be, Teddie said, you know, more of the versatile player. First Siege bot goes to Tribe Gaming, and they'll be able to grab about 15%, 12 to be precise. But Corey with an aggressive placement here, taken down no problem.
Yep. Tribe Gaming now trying to push up towards mid. Factory Rush, it is so important to have control of mid, but it's almost more important to have control of those lanes, since that's where the majority of the bolts spawn. And it looks like so far it's basically a deadlock. It's going to be a siege tie for our second bot. And it all comes down to our final push. Bobby over here with the super to get a little bit of control versus Tyrant, but he just can't. Yeah, I wonder if Bobby's like trying to set a record for the most fire fuel laid down on the map at once, because he does have this entire right lane completely doused. And STMN still with the lead in bolts, as left lane has been pretty much under their control the whole time.
Really good control. There it is. Tribe Gaming is just stepping on Bobby. This Amber, like you said, the Piper counter, perhaps a good idea in theory on the notebook. Yeah, sad face Bobby. He has not been able to get anything done this time around. I mean, you noted how much he painted the ground. He lit it up and didn't do anything with it. So rough, as a dog would say. 16 level siege bot here for Tribe Gaming. Is this it?
Well, we do see the damage amplifier coming in, but it just doesn't look like there's enough firepower from STMN to prevent it from getting in. And even then, they would have had to get some damage on Tribe's Ike. It is a done deal. STMN Esports, they're not going to take this win this time, and we're not seeing a lightning fast win. Tribe Gaming, they are beginning the reverse sweep if we are going to see one.
Very excited to see Tribe kind of take this one. Like I said, this was the closest one. I thought that maybe we could have seen the 3-0, but with the way that one went, I think that there's a good chance Tribe Gaming follows this one up and we go to Heist.
Yeah, another thing to note is that, Tribe, they're really strong on Siege in particular. And we also just didn't see that pretty, honestly, brave Amber pick work out. I think Amber we saw for the Piper counter, because Amber does tend to counter Piper pretty hard, right? She has, pretty long range, and she can keep those projectiles out there for a while. They're slow, and they travel a long distance. They last for a long time. It wasn't enough to deal with Zulon, and then we saw the attempt at switching onto the lane versus OG, and it just didn't work. Tyrant, though, picked up most of the bolts compared to OG. Really what was important is that OG kept Bobby at bay and kept him away from Zulon.
Yeah, that was really the key here. I also just saw raw brawling come out from Tribe. Like, everyone hit their shots, everyone dodged the opponent. Like, this was, they just didn't let themselves get beat. I think, and I like this change, I think having Bobby on the on the Amber and not the sharpshooter, that was I didn't like that. Give Bobby the Piper or the Brock, or just give him the sharpshooter and let the other players, Czar and OG, assist in the other ways. And I think that's when STMN is most successful. They opt to do that, and right away they take the first siege spot.
Yep, we see Bobby on the Piper, Czar on the Stu, and OG on the Bell. These are all brawlers that they are very comfortable on. And when they've been put in a tough situation, this is exactly what you want to do, is switch on to brawlers that you're comfortable on, especially when they are like really meta on this map in particular. The damage amplifier hits Corey, and OG and Bobby are probably going to be going for this pinch on Corey. Ooh, just another hit, and OG takes down Corey. STMN Esports, after that first bot, they have complete control of mid. We just got to see how they handle this going into the third bot, because Tribe Gaming, they have managed to take back mid in really explosive fashion in the past. We could see it again, and it's really going to be their only hope of taking this game.
30% already down. Corey takes down OG, but Bobby responds by taking out 1 and 2. The double un for Bobby. And the triple kill. The doors are open. The bot falls down, but damage has been done. 76% eaten by STMN. And only a 3-1 lead here for Tribe Gaming.
Oof, Bobby doesn't get taken down. 49 health remaining, and he's still going. He's still kicking, going for some shots on Corey, Zulon, or Tyrant. Who is it gonna be? OG's able to pick up this bolt, though. We gotta see STMN tied up, but it looks like actually Tribe Gaming will be taking this last siege. STMN, they have the damage amplifier ready to go. Zulon also slowed down. Here comes the true test. Tribe, they're just one good push away from taking this into set number 4, but it's just too strong. The damage amplifier prevents all damage from hitting that safe, and Zulon, he can't even touch it. The Protesto as well, and gets hit with the 1000 damage as he tumbles to the ground. STMN taking this one to match point.
And doing so in emphatic fashion. I mean, that was a dominant game. And again, listen, there's no world that I know this game better than the guys that are playing literally in the grand finals. But, I mean, yes, that's your composition, boys. Bobby on a sharpshooter, Czar on the Stu, and OG on literally whatever else you need. Like, that's... Putting Bobby on the Amber, again, I don't know the playbook, I'm not in their comms, but they had Bobby on the Amber and someone else on the sharpshooter, and just, I think that's wrong. And if we look
Yeah.
at game 1 to game 2, I'm just saying. And so if you just stick to your guns, guys, Tribe Gaming are going to have a hard time bringing this one to a set 4. And I will be honest, I will be here. I am rooting for Tribe Gaming because I want to see more games. But if Stamina wins, I'm not wearing a hat, but you should take your hat off to them because the play has been insane. Like,
yeah, I mean, not everyone can take first place, right? I wish they could because I love all these teams. I'm in NA, right? All I want is for NA to have the best possible teams heading off to Worlds. I want to see the NA representation at Worlds, and it's got to be the best players. And when I see this kind of competition, I love that the teams are pressuring each other to become better and better and better at the game. It's why I love this region so much, and it's why I'm usually rooting for my favorite teams to go down because I want to see them improve. I want to see them go back to the drawing board and improve. Let's see what Tribe has to say to STMN this time. They are bringing out the they're bringing out the Piper. Zulon once again, Corey on the Bell on the right lane. OG though, picking up things on the left lane. Already a good start for Tribe with the level 2 siege bot and the control of mid.
Same composition from game 1 for the red team, like that call. The bot halfway dead. Nobody's even looked at the Ike. And that'll do it. So the first siege bot goes the way of Tribe, but nobody knows it. Stamina has a 1-bolt lead. Oof. Zulon, nice shot, man. And Corey just following up here. Czar barely alive, and because of that, there's no chance of STMN getting any bolts this time around. And this one should be a little bit more effective, I think.
Yeah, we've already seen how the Piper 1v1 can work out when you're powered up by Ruffs. It was crucial for Tyrant to pick up that first power-up and hand it straight off to Zulon. Bobby's going to be operating at a disadvantage here. OG really trying to get up here, but he gets fired down upon by Tyrant, Zulon, and Corey all at once. The level 8 siege bot comes in. STMN, they're going to have a really tough retake ahead of them. Corey and Zulon just barely inching in here. They're not going to be able to take out the Ike, and it all comes down to the final siege. Tribe, they're ahead by 2 bolts, and STMN got control on this final siege. It's all about the retake here.
Well, Czar and Bobby are able to combine for 2 real quick. Bobby falls down, but that's besides the point. 2-5. 13 seconds left. Czar will pick up 1 here and make it 4-7. But with the left lane locked down, even if OG stays alive and grabs this, that's one again going to Tribe Gaming. That's it.
Yep, that is set number 3 already out of the way. I think really what happened here is we see the Ruffs pick from the Tribe, and that is just given such a hard time to Bobby, who is really one of the power players on the enemy team here. STMN, they are going to be taken down in yet another close set. It went 2-1 in favor of Tribe, and we're going to be heading into set number 4. Let's get a replay real quick, though. I mean, of this game, the level 8 siege bot heading in, Zulon, Tyrant, Corey, all just completely piling onto that safe. This is where it pretty much ended, right? After STMN Esports, they were down so much, and they just weren't able to retake.
Yeah, the crucial wall break, of course, needs to be mentioned. Letting the bot just walk down Main Street, really, really big deal there coming out from Tribe Gaming. Nailing the fundamentals. So STMN, and you mentioned it in your Bobby being the power player. Tribe Gaming intentionally locked him down. They targeted Bobby and said, all right, dude, nah. You beat us in Bounty, you beat us in the last one, just nah. You're not allowed to do that again. And you can see 2 kills, 5 deaths. These are not the stats we normally see out of the Piper player on Stamina. And it's because, again, a concerted effort to shut Bobby down in this game and bring us to a 4th set.
Yeah, that, and I believe, the Ruffs also really gave Czar a tough time on the stew, just soaking up loads of damage. And, Ruffs, not just with the sandbags, right, but also with just your main attack, being able to bounce it around the walls, get that ricochet. It is tough for Stu to deal with. And typically we would see, STMN They're pressuring people, and that's gonna, make them run a more predictable pass for Bobby to pick up some snipes. But that didn't happen, right? Because they weren't able to win those lanes to begin with. We're heading into safe zone, and once again, guess what? It's a sniper battle, and we're gonna see Zar bring out the Brock, no question. And Bobby also probably on the Piper. Is this when we see a friend? I think I see that horse in the background.
Yeah, the little horsey guy. I like there's a robot we see the back of who's got a cowboy hat and two boxing gloves. So I'm a big fan of the boxing robot. But safe zone here for Heist. Like you said, I predict we'll see maybe a Brock from Zar, the Piper from Bobby, and then where you go, Colette. Right? Colette's always an option here when it comes down to Heist, being able to just zoom and boom. On the other side, a couple more questions for me. And so we've got the Belle of the Ball on OG, Bobby on the sharpshooter, and 3 snipers. All right. This is real. 3 snipers versus 3 snipers? Okay. Who shoots better? The rule of the game is don't get hit. Let's go.
Pretty much. Safe zone, but it looks everything but safe. Zulon is going to be trying to push up mid. It is, Zulon on the Piper and Tyrant picking up the Brock. This is everyone playing exactly who we've seen them play for the entire time. So the question is, who has the better mechanics, right? Who has that better muscle memory and can win these 1v1s? Zulon taking some significant damage, and here comes potentially a super from Zar. He doesn't need to back up so he doesn't get hit too badly by Corey. Perhaps the kill, but Corey just powers on through. Zar doesn't want to risk this. He get taken down by Corey if he gets too aggressive. Here comes potentially a kill and the bear trap to slow him down, but Zar with a kill, and he's going to be getting rid of that bear trap as well. 2-tapped by Zulon. Thanks a lot, Corey, for slowing him down, says Zulon. And Tribe Gaming, with just a little bit of damage on their safe, is barely behind.
I think that might be the way these games are won. Ready? I think we might see these games won by just a little bit of damage and the majority of the fighting being done in the mid lane or the midfield for a little bit of entryway and then 1 or 2 shots on the box. That's really, what we're going to be looking at here. That said, Stamina with a nice double kill opens up 2 doors, and they're able to take it down to 67% so far. Still untouched on the red side of the map.
Yep, STMN Esports, they got to keep a good defense, and they also have these bushes that they can hide in. I don't know if we're going to see ambush or snappy sniping coming out from either of these Pipers, but one thing is for sure, and that is that Bobby needs to defend against all 3 of these guys. Otherwise, they will get taken down. Loads of damage rolling in on the safe, and the gap is closing. STMN Esports now behind. OG and Zar need to turn this into an offense. Zulon, though, won't back off. Zar is going to be the saving grace if he can get damage on that safe, but he just can't. It doesn't seem. Bobby doesn't have any homemade recipes left, and he's zoned out by the Incendiary. Here comes OG trying to get damage on the safe, and it's getting so close, a 3% difference. But it is going to be going to Tribe.
Oh, man. That one was real rough. Zar in the right lane uses the super to take care of the enemy, which if he didn't, they still stay alive. But because he doesn't have the super, he can't Hail Mary the last damage onto the enemy safe. And so just a screwed if you do, screwed if you don't type situation for the Brock player on Stamina here, but a great counter punch. We talked about this one going to be a game of inches and small doors being opened, and Tyrant Star and the boys opened this one up real heavily, and we're able to just get it done here in the later stages of this one.
Yeah, what we've seen from Zar before is that, he's really good at getting those kills on Brock. We saw it on Bounty, on Canal Grande, or Canal Grande, whatever you want to call it. But now it's not about getting kills, it's about getting damage on the safe. And the comparison between Tyrant and Zar, right, goes to show that he's getting more damage on the safe. He's playing the objective. That's what wins you the game. Look at how the scales have kind of tipped a little bit. We had some believers in Tribe, right? It was 55% to 45, and then it became 54% to 46, and now it is barely tipped in STMN's favor. Let's see if they can bring it back. Tribe, they're leading by 1 game here. It's looking pretty possible to head into a set number 5.
It really is. It really is, and that doesn't really surprise me whatsoever. That's much. We sat here on what I think almost tournament point, going, I didn't predict the 3-0, but maybe. And this is much more what we predicted. Two top teams getting real close to each other and just trading blows. One more time, STMN and 5% damage off the top after a single kill and able to sneak on in there. So we'll see how this one progresses, but the slight lead to the red team.
Yep, STMN now pushing in with a couple of crucial kills. Bobby, wow, narrowly avoids that damage from Tyrant and loads of damage. The super on the safe as well. Zar has no problem with using that super to get safe damage, even though it doesn't get like a whole lot compared to what it could do against an enemy. There are not going to be too many opportunities to contact that safe, and you just gotta make do with what you have. Zulon though with the wall break, and this is gonna make it much easier for him versus Zar. But down goes Corey, and now it's a 1v1 all over again.
Yeah, like I said earlier in game number 1, this is going to be a game about small windows of opportunity and making the best use of them possible. Tyrant gets the window on the left side, but unfortunately is so low he can't push up and deal the damage. Zulon can, and so he gets 2 or 3 shots off, and that's it. So you've got 18% done. So when you do have the opening, if you got the super, throw it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you just got to launch everything you got, because you don't know how many times you're going to be given the opportunity to actually walk on in there. Corey taking big advantage of Bobby being so low, and Bobby finally has to step up, loses the duel, and that's a big play from OG to answer back, taking down Corey.
Ooh.
And Tyrant with the juke boot.
Oh my gosh, he just can't be touched right here. Tyrant now backing up. He's got to go for loads of damage. STMN Esports said they are down by just 1%. Any amount of damage would make the difference. Zar gets the kill. Corey with the kill as well. OG can't get close enough. A 1% game or at least a 4% game. It's going to be Tribe taking the win here. And we are heading into set number 5. Even though we were on the match point just moments ago, it's still, once again, gonna be a 3-2 game.
That's the one. That's the one. If Stamina loses today, they look back at that one and they go, we messed that up in the last seconds. I think there was... I think they could have fallen back and maybe protected themselves there. It looked like they got a little over aggressive towards the end. I'll have to take a second look to really sign my name on the dotted line for that take. But it right here where Zar just gets taken out, I think they were looking for some extra damage. I think they were just looking for some extra damage.
Yeah.
That they didn't necessarily need to grab. 1% is enough to win the game.
Yeah, look at the stat comparison between these two. Corey picking up more damage. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Is getting more damage. Also getting more kills as well. So that's very important for getting control for your teammates and yourself, right? Opening up opportunities to get control on the safe. This is pretty much how I was anticipating it to work out, though, because in the past, right, when we talk about Worlds last year in 2020, Tribe headed to Worlds instead of this STMN roster because of a very close game of Heist, of all things, right? And so now, right, once again, we see history repeating itself. Let's see, though, if STMN is finally able to take down a Tribe to secure the grand finals. It's going to be all about Ring of Fire. Lou map. You love to see it. Let's see it happen.
I think Tribe Gaming has the upper hand here, in all honesty. When I look at Stamina, I think of a sharpshooter heavy team. Like, the last couple of games are really, really good examples of what Stamina likes to play, how they like to win. Run the VOD back, and this is the study course on STMN. STMN. I try to use the letters and I just can't. I'm just gonna say Stamina. But this is really the crash course on how they like to approach the game. And so, looking here for the 5th one, I think Tribe has the upper hand, but by no means do I think the green and white are out of it.
Yeah, I think so too. Look at the comparison as far as the percent as well. Once again, 51% to 49%, right? Maybe we're pulling the old numbers still, but I think a lot of people have faith in, STMN, but clearly a lot of people also have faith in Tribe. It's like a negligible difference there. It is clean cut. 2-2 in one set to decide it all here on Hot Zone Ring of Fire. Let's see what brawlers are chosen here. Zulon picking up the Rico that he's so well known for. Zar back on the Stu once again. OG still sticking on the bell. Bobby, this time a bit of an unexpected move, gonna be on the roughs.
Okay. I don't hate it. Like when we saw the Amber play, I wasn't really a big fan. This one, I think, makes a little bit more sense. Of course, Zulon wins a duel, and so Bobby will sit down. Totem goes down as well. Zar and OG hanging on for dear life, trying to find Tyrant. Outrange, can't get it done. Dash forward to nothing good. Zulon gets a couple of shots as well, and Tribe Gaming slowly making moves on here, 23-7.
Yup, Tribe Gaming keeping this lead so far. Tyrant with three separate bear traps laid down on the point. OG gonna pick up the power up though, and Tyrant is forced to retreat. OG is going to get rid of these bear traps, but it looks like he bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Getting taken down with a pinch between Corey and Tyrant. STMN still on the back foot here as they're desperately trying to push up on this point. Corey still keeping control on the left lane on Colonel Ruffs. OG picking up the power once again to fight against Tyrant, but see, this is what we saw last time is OG versus Tyrant, and Tyrant came out on top in Heist.
Ooh. Zulon gets the kill after sandwiching the opponent, himself and Corey. That said, Bobby answers back and is able to kind of step up. 37-30 now with $1:18 to go on the clock. OG getting some much needed position points, shortening the lead to just 3%. And we'll pass that 60-second mark. Zar falling down here, but lead change. STMN. I keep saying two N's. Stamina is able to take the lead, as slim as it may be. Zulon lighting up the mid. Bobby trying, OG succeeding again, and Tyrant on the last legs. The biggest push from red team, squad wipe. And this is a big moment for Stamina.
This is huge. Zar needs to stay in this position. He's got to dig deep in it, dodge all of these shots, and he's gonna actually pull it off. He has all these supers going for the flanks, going for the dodges and the jukes. STMN, they're staying on this point. OG is so low, but he's gonna stay alive. Tyrant's the last member to get rid of. The timer is running out in Hot Zone, and STMN has the win here. They're taking this to match point.
Insane! OG gets the long-range shots, the sandwich from Zar and OG. The timer will expire as Stamina is 2 points away from 100%. And Stamina Esports on the verge of toppling Tribe Gaming in Hot Zone.
This is I don't know if it's the copious amounts of max energy drink that I've been consuming or whether it's just the exhilaration of this match, but it's like I don't know if I can handle this. STMN, they're so close to victory, and Tribe so close to defeat. I think it's gonna be a 1-1 set. Let's take a look at the stat comparison though. OG really clutching up this time. Bobby definitely putting in the work on Ruffs and getting in those power-ups reliably. And that's when we saw the clutch up, right? OG and Tyrant, as far as kills, right, definitely separate, but deaths, kind of similar, right? 3-4 as far as the comparison there. OG really just helping out on the other lanes and establishing that control at mid.
Here's the big question before we jump in. Do you change your comp either team?
No.
Because we've seen them not change comps almost this entire night. So you say no.
Mirror match again is what I say.
That's what I'm here for it. Again, when you're playing at this level, a lot of times you go in saying, all right, this is our best approach. And if you lose, you're like, listen, this is our best approach. I have confidence in it. Like you have to have that mentality, whether you're Tribe Gaming or Stamina. When you're climbing, yeah, sure, maybe you trip, but not here. And so when we're here in the grand finals, 1 away from Stamina, 2 away from a Tribe Gaming victory. Again, folks, Tribe Gaming would be the norm. They've won 3 out of 4 our finals here. The only one they've lost was to IX, the number 2 team. Stamina trying to win this one, looking for basically points here. If they take number 1, this would be the biggest step forward for them that they could possibly take as the number 3 team with the number 2 team knocked out against the number 1 team. This is, when we say the stars align, this is what you asked for. And my friend Anatoly always says luck is the intersection of preparation and opportunity. And so you might got lucky that IX got knocked out, but are you prepared now that you've been given the opportunity? And that's what Stamina is trying to fight for.
Yeah, I mean, I was an Eagle Scout, right? You got to be prepared. That is the Scout motto. Yeah. Well, little in fact about ReddySet. Yeah, but I mean, absolutely, you got to be prepared, right? Luck. I definitely agree with you on that one. There is such a thing as being at the right place at the right time, but you got to be prepared to get yourself there. Let's see what Tribe Gaming is bringing this time. They got Corey on the stew this time, Zulon on the bell, just like last time. Not the mirror match though. Why is Zar on Penny? What is going on?
A little confused there.
Yeah.
I guess when it works, we'll find out. And if it doesn't, we'll stay confused. Right now, Tribe Gaming zooming with a quarter already done. Zulon gets a kill on the Penny, and so that'll keep on keeping on. Sandbags come down, trying to help Bobby with Corey. Don't push him out due to low HP, but almost halfway done here for Tribe Gaming, and now, only now,
it's
is
working.
when Stamina's able to step up. There it is.
It's working! The Penny's working! He gets the lane win! Zar taking out the turret as well! Tyrant forced away, and STMN, they're taking back control of mid! Zulon has that power-up though, and he has a decisive advantage over OG, and OG falls. Zar has his turret exposed as well. Tribe Gaming with the use of the power-up to destroy the wall. Though he's still able to put this, yeah, he's still able to put this turret down on the left side, and is going to continue to harass Tyrant and outrange him for the rest of this game. The Tribe, they are still zoning up here. Corey just doing absolute work on the right lane.
Zar has been inaccurate with the Penny. It worked for a second. We saw the turret come out. It was real cool, but the shots aren't landing, and that is a big difference from the last time around. 67-26 with 1:08 to go. And Tribe Gaming had the lead for a long time until Stamina counter-punched in game number 1. But it wasn't this big of a lead. Tyrant steps forward, takes one down. Corey steps forward. Bobby, though, answers the call. And OG low, powered up.
This is what we need to see.
Dodges one. Yeah, Bobby steps forward, and Stamina's able to look for it.
Okay, OG, bring this back. Come on. STMN, they might be able to bring it back. 35 seconds left. Tribe, though, they're not surrendering the point yet. They're still all alive. Trying to get the kill onto Zar. Zar with Captain's Compass, though, to get some
big kill,
some flames down. A huge kill. And STMN, they might be able to bring this back.
6% to go in order to match what Tribe has, but Tribe has it all. Team wipe. And we are guaranteed, almost, okay, I got ahead of myself, 10 seconds, Bobby gets a kill. Bobby goes down, and now we're guaranteed to go the distance. Set 5, game 3. This one is for all the marbles. Tribe Gaming, bite back.
This is like, I literally cannot, I can't handle it, man. I can't choose a favorite. I can't choose a favorite. I don't know who I want to win. Tribe, El Clasico, the reigning champions, or STMN securing their first monthly final victory after so long trying to achieve this. Look at the comparison between these two. OG went down so many times. I mean, a huge difference from game number 1. I just feel like, you know, Penny wasn't really the pick. It was there specifically to counter Ruffs, and yet it just wasn't able to, you know, deal with Ruffs. We saw the wall break, and, you know, even still, Ruffs was still able to, you know, get the kill on Zar. I think Zar was more useful on the stew. So that's what we need to see.
I agree.
Yeah, and also a complete like turnaround what we saw on Corey. Corey just going absolutely insane on stew. So who's it going to be, right? Who's going to be the one to clutch up? It's only clutches at this point, as we are in a 1-1 set.
Yeah, you know, I started to see the penny and where it came from, but again, this one comes down to execution for me. He just didn't hit the shots. Czar was like just missing the shots, and you just can't win like that. You know, this is rare territory for Tribe Gaming. I mean, like we said coming into this one, Hot Zone is kind of their world. They win 80% of the time when they're on Hot Zone. Let me say it again, 80% of the time when they're on Hot Zone. And Tribe, nowhere close to that, like under half. And so this is, or excuse me, Stamina, nowhere half. So like, this is an uphill battle for Stamina, but they put themselves in a good position to kind of take hold. I don't know if I want to see the penny a second time. I wouldn't be offended, but I am happier it's the stew. Ruffs, Stew, Bell, Ruffs, Bell, Stew. The mirror match, but not the mirror lanes. And so...
Okay, 2 minutes 40 seconds to decide who is going to be the July NA champion, and it's anyone's game. The percentages are nearly equal so far. Bobby's looking to farm up this first super on the right lane, but he doesn't want to get too overzealous. Corey is going to start getting so aggressive once he picks up that first super. And, well, we saw how that went last game. Zulon, though, really getting stuffed back by OG. We got to see some good prediction skills from OG to get these hits onto Zulon while he's hiding the bush. Zulon now, it seems like the roles have reversed. OG now all the way in the back, misses the damage amplifier. Zulon, though, at risk of going down, we got to see one more shot onto Zulon, and this is going to be an STMN Esports lead, though Tribe Gaming leading by just a few percent.
Tough stuff there for Corey, chased out. 30% and rising here for Tribe Gaming compared to Stamina's 19. I wouldn't say they have overwhelming control, though, as OG steps up. Corey low HP, and Ruffs puts him to 0, opening the door for OG and the Colonel. Control now, reaching that tie, and then some. Stamina slowly ticking above Tribe Gaming now, and Corey's back in the right lane.
Yep, so close here. Corey, once again, trying to actually not go for the right lane, going for mid, and needs to get that kill on OG. OG, he's too elusive, though. Does manage to escape with that damage amplifier hanging over his head, but he also has that power up. Bobby needs to get the next one up quickly. Zulon just standing on the point at whatever intervals he can to try and advance things forward. Now nearing the 60% mark, Zulon will try and get rid of some of these bear traps. Tyrant also pitching in to help. Czar, though, he does pick up the kill and doesn't go down as well to Corey. STMN Esports back on mid, trying to close things up.
20% just about separating our two teams. Stamina trying desperately to get back into the game. OG and Bobby kind of have control. Corey steps up, though. 2 shots chase OG out of it. Czar dodging, weaving, falling. It's a 10% game or less. Bobby and OG still maintaining control of the mid. Kobe on the clock, and Tribe Gaming step forward. 80% for the blue team. Tyrant takes down Czar, and we're down to the last few seconds. But OG kicks the door open and steps forward onto the point.
Oh my gosh!
10 seconds. Stamina Esports step forward. They're owning it. Czar gets the kill. Bobby's alive. 3 seconds left, and Stamina are your BSC champions of July.
Oh my gosh, STMN with their first ever BSC win this year. Congratulations to the boys in green, Bobby, OG, and Czar taking the win today over our reigning NA champions. This is only the second time that Tribe has gone down here in NA. No doubt they're still at the top of NA, but now this is a much closer race for that second World Finals spot. It's between IX and STMN now. And I mean, one thing is for certain, though, that STMN is competing on the same level as Tribe at this point. It was such a hard-fought victory.
Insane. See, I've been done saying that STMN was on the same level, and this is finally proof we got the pudding. This one came down to literally the last second. Like, absolutely, I think maybe 3 seconds where they were comfortable. out of the entire set. And again, you know, watching STMN come out of the gate swinging, the first 2 sets were sweeps, looked like easy town, and then Tribe Gaming, to all their credit, absolutely the #1 team in North America, and they acted like it, came back in game 4 or sets 4 and 5 and just kind of did what they're paid to do, right? Like just kind of took care of business. And then number 5 was, I mean, like you said, if we play best of 9 on Hot Zone, if we play, we have a different winner each time.
Yeah.
I think it goes back and forth.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, like, you know, I guess who establishes the pattern, I guess. That was so, like, literally every single Hot Zone game was so close. It came down to just a few seconds there at the end. Let's get a highlight reel of the entire round, though. Tyrant started things off strong, getting this first goal, and we were like, oh gosh, Tribe is absolutely steamrolling them. But here comes Bobby, right, with some crazy Mort plays. Watch this, watch this. This is a YouTube highlight moment. Oh my gosh, banking it not only between the legs of those guys, but also the bank shot into the goal. And who could forget STMN's just stellar performance on Bounty when we thought it was kind of all over heading into set number 3. We thought it was going to be an STMN Esports sweep.
Yeah, and just their ability to kind of come back and or Stamina's ability to just come out swinging, doing this sort of thing. And again, you know, this is this is where we expect to see Stamina do well. Long range sharpshooting game, all right. That's Bobby and OG's like peanut butter and jelly, no problem eating sandwiches. But then we get into Siege, which, I mean, Tribe Gaming's particularly good at Siege. Stamina is good at Siege as well, but they just could not answer. And I'll be honest, I thought this is where STMN would find their victory. I thought Stamina would win here on Heist, but Tribe Gaming, you know, this is where the anime plot armor comes out. They just were like, dude, there's no way we lose without going at least to a set 5. Like, no way, shape, or form. And they didn't. And it was, look at this, 60 to 61%. That was the style of games that we got.
They pushed up their glasses and said, time for me to use more than 2% of my power as they head into Hot Zone as well. I mean, this was just crazy through and through. And what really, I mean, I'm not kidding, right? I was literally like about to have a heart attack because at any given second, the game could change drastically. Here was the comeback for STMN within the last few seconds. Corey was not able to get on that point. It was just at any given second, it could be a completely different game. There was no foresight. There was no way to tell what was going to happen next. It's like when you're reading a good book and you just cannot stop turning the page. That's how it felt to watch this game.
Facts. Absolute facts. Like real good stuff. I mean, just like I said, just good old-fashioned Brawl Stars. This is why we watch the game, right? We watch the game for like the micro drama of each, and watching Czar dodge all those shots on Canal Grande, right? To the I don't know what's in between micro and macro, but we'll say medium crow, if you will. You know, just like right there in the middle, you know, of watching the sets go all the way to 5, and then of course the macro again of seeing the number 3 team take down the number 1 team with the number 2 team out. Like that's this is like a Matt Christopher book. This is why we watch sports, right? Like, so good stuff here all the way through. I mean, like we said, there's a lot of fans out there. By the end of the set, the majority of the fans are rooting for Stamina. I think that's also kind of crazy when it comes down to North America being so just chock full of talent. Saw a lot of good teams coming out here today, not just the number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, because at this point, we know that Tribe is headed to the World Finals, but there are only 2 spots to head to the World Finals in NA. And right now, it's practically an IX versus Tribe, or rather, IX versus STMN game. So we want to see STMN competing for that. We know that, like what does Tribe have to lose at this point? It's STMN versus IX. Even though we didn't see them play today, it is this, you know, on paper, it is a battle for enough points to head to the World Finals. Congratulations to STMN. This is amazing for them, and it's going to enable them to be a really fierce competitor headed into the next months.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with their level of play. And there's also something to be said. We talked a lot today about, but this like magic, spiritual X factor, intangibility of like, having a fire underneath you because of the opportunity or whatnot. There's something now that like Stamina have finally won, right? They come here almost every month, and they have never been the belle of the ball. Well, now here, you got your cake and you ate it too. And so that like, oh, we need to, that albatross around your neck of not being able to find the victory, that's already done, man. So now there's a whole different air. Next month, I mean, Stamina's going to come through, I think, stronger than we've ever seen them. And I think that's something real scary that teams got to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the past, right, I think the first obstacle for STMN to overcome was to defeat Tribe, because they'd never been able to defeat Tribe. No one had been able to defeat Tribe for like 7 months in a row. They were completely impossible to touch, untouchable, right? And then the next obstacle was to actually get a monthly final stub, because if you remember, right after them taking it down Tribe, they got swept 3-0 by IX. IX out of the question now. It is now this is what they needed, right? This is the motivation that STMN needed to head to Worlds. I think in a moment we'll get the chance to look at the leaderboard. I think this is going to be amazing as well, just to see it. Pretty soon here, I think we'll get Teddie back here before then, but to see how things are stacking up in NA.
Yeah, we definitely want to zoom out and take a big picture. So we're going to zoom out here as well. And like you said, introduce Teddie right on back. Teddie, welcome back to the fold. I mean, that was, you said before you were excited to see NA and how the competition has been going. So what do you think?
NA has not disappointed. It has provided some exciting gameplay today. It was excellent. Almost reverse sweep in the grand finals. It's almost unheard of this year in the BSC. Maybe a little bit of a choke towards the end, or rather, Stamina being able to seal the deal. But they did find closure and went on top. I mean, overall, just a great day with some amazing upsets. Just, AQUA taking down IX Gaming in the first place, second match of the day. And also, obviously, Stamina winning 3-2 against Tribe Gaming in the grand finals. What an upset as well.
Really enjoyed that AQUA matchup. That was fun. And again, those are old school guys, AQUA / Jigsaw. And I think they brought their new player on here. And looking at the way they worked out, Reddy, I mean, again, we're talking about the top 2 spots specifically, but there's a lot of talent out here. And as we keep going on and playing more, there are more and more teams that we have to be aware of.
Yeah, I think this is insane. And we saw it coming out today as well, like AQUA, right? They took down IX to kick things off. And I think, in a way, right, that did help Tribe get to the finals. We still have yet to see IX take down Tribe, but AQUA are really showing that they are super, super talented, and they're coming for the competition next month. And just over the course of this year, we've seen them improve so much, and I think we do have a top 4 NA.
Let's take a look at the leaderboards real quick and see. We've been talking about it all night. Stamina going ahead, and they take that second spot mathematically. Right now, Stamina are going to Worlds. Of course, there's more Brawl Stars to be played, so nobody's singing just yet. Tribe Gaming, numero uno. Very unlikely, if not impossible, for them to lose that first spot. Impossible for them to lose that first spot. And so we've got Stamina and IX. This is the heavyweight bout. And, we've got a whole bunch of the teams that we know and get used to seeing here. O.O and Monkeys filling out the first page. But seeing Stamina switch with IX, I mean, this is as exciting as it gets, Teddie. This is fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the competition is still wide open between Stamina and IX Gaming for who is going to make it to Worlds. I mean, that's huge, right? Huge prize pool, huge honor as well to be representing your region internationally. And it's a big deal. It's an absolute big deal. It's a big picture here for those players. That's what every single of those teams is aiming for. And, Stamina and IX, we still have absolutely no clue who's going to make it. 20 points, pretty much nothing. We saw it today. It was IX that started the day off in the lead. It's Stamina to end it. It can go just that quickly.
Yeah, got to watch out each and every time here. You know, next month, both of these teams, I guess technically I have to say if they make it, but we know they're going to make it here and be here in our finals during the month. But like both of them on notice. I think this is one where teams are going to be paying a lot of attention to their seeding. You know, this is one where you're like, all right, we got to make this one work. You really don't want to slouch at all. And so real crazy stuff for Stamina to kind of look at and go, you know, what if we're so close one more time? And, you know, I would love to see the boys do it straight up. Like, it would be very, very cool to see them kind of make worlds this time around. So as they have second in their hands right now, you know, low key looking for them to hang on to it. IX, you know, it's your job to take them down. And either way, I'm happy because I want to see both these squads kind of succeed. But plays of the day, we saw some pretty incredible ones as far as that's concerned. I think we saw some real fun stuff, honestly, from a lot of the different teams, a lot of the teamwork coming out here. Reddy, where's your mind at?
Okay, I gotta say, Zarn being Neo in the Matrix, probably one of my favorite moments of the day. But first we had Bobby with, yeah, just the amazing goal here. That you just don't see that in competitive. Bobby, I mean, like right between their legs too. You saw the gap closing. It's like something out of a movie. Here comes Zar. This is actually out of a movie, out of the Matrix. Zar dodging these shots like crazy. It gives enough time for OG's super to reach the opposite side and take down Zulon. And here comes the triple kill as well. Bobby just tapping, boom, boom, boom. Now, just loads of damage on that save. That was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. All three of those plays real fun. I think at the end of the day, I kind of have to go with the Brawl Ball goal. Like, again, like this is one of those moments where like, yeah, it got in between them, but the players at home know how minimal, like your character sort of like magnetizes to the ball. So close to where it was. So I like that one. And then the bonus on Zar, as he's dodging, OG comes and like body blocks for him as well. Teddie, you got a favorite?
I mean, honestly, I love trick shots. I think that's something that I've made very clear in my caster career, and I love it. Absolutely love it. Although it was, you know, maybe not exactly a trick shot, the value was there, and that's what made the difference. And overall, I mean, Stamina playing out of their minds today, almost slipped away towards the end though, but they managed to hang tight, and we had some amazing other teams like AQUA really surprising us. And I think overall, you know, EMEA and NA together, amazing day of competitive Brawl Stars.
Well, you brought it up, Teddie. EMEA also happened as well as all the other regions. Let's take a trip around the globe and see where everybody is. The south side of Latin America, repped by INTZ and Aphelion at the moment. Stamina and Tribe doing their things. That's right. Stamina taking that number 2 spot right now. Queen Nai and Jupiter, as always, on top of East Asia. EECA is Navi. And then we've got CISA and ANZ with Team Flash. And then EMEA, Teddie. I mean, these are a lot of big-name teams.
Yeah, MCS, Tribe Gaming, UXO, Free Agents, AC Milan, Clash, and SK Gaming. Still pretty stable in that top 5, but everything is still up for grabs as well. Mainland China, we have the Titans, Nova Esports, but also TIG Origin and Trick of China right behind them.
Always fun to see these guys. And, you know, again, I think you mentioned it earlier, Reddy. A lot of these teams in a whole lot of games. Really cool to see, like, the level of clout, I guess is the word I want to use, you know, that Brawl Stars has really amassed. Not just like you know, teams like Aphelion and Nova that are mobile centric, but seeing like SK Gaming and INTZ step up is really, really cool to see. You know, the world of mobile kind of really the world of mobile taking a step forward, Brawl Stars taking a step forward, and the level of skill taking a step forward. All these teams are so good, and they just keep improving.
They really do, right? And you know, these players, they pressure each other as well to improve with so much at stake as well, right? $1 million prize pool. It's just so fantastic, right? To see this level of competition out of my favorite game, you know, on the planet. So just amazing to see. I love to see it. You know, there's only one more place for esports to go, and that is mobile. And you chose a good game to play, right? Brawl Stars, I'm looking forward to seeing how the future progresses for the game, but for now, right, this is a great place to be right now, and you could be here too. Right? Start investing in your future. I'm not talking about Star Park, I'm talking about playing this game. You can play that championship challenge, you can then participate in the monthly qualifiers, and then get up here on the big stage as well in the monthly finals to win some cash money as well as some fame for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, shout outs to ADA, Art, Cosmic, DG, and Sade, their first time kind of stepping on the big stage. That can be you and your team, You can really, really, really do that. The doors are wide open. As always, a reminder, East Asian monthly finals are live on July 10th, so make sure to join us for that one as well. Teddie, real happy to have you join us here for North America. You killed it on the EMEA broadcast as usual. Glad to have you alongside NA. What are your final thoughts as far as our North American region is concerned?
Well, I think we got some special shout-outs, obviously, to Supercell, Vindex, Esports Engine making all of this possible, and making sure we have the event that we have right now. Just absolute fun to watch, super competitive. Absolutely love it. Big shout-out to you guys as well. It's an honor to cast besides you in your home region. I'm the foreigner here, and you guys have been leading the way very nicely to me being here. A ton of fun. I think that the rest of the season is gonna be even much better, and I want to thank everyone that is watching all that good stuff. Reddy, if you have any final words.
Well, I mean, Teddie, it's always nice to have TeddieSet realized in the flesh, especially, bringing it home, right? Bringing it home to NA. You love to see it. FDOT, it's been a pleasure as always. And to all of you out there, keep playing Brawl Stars, keep improving. I'm looking forward to seeing what NA has to bring next month.
Heck yeah, friends. Absolutely. It's been a blast. Teddie, listen, nobody's a foreigner. We're all citizens of Brawl Stars Nation out here. That's what it is, and it is what has been done. A fantastic look. Congratulations to Stamina for winning this month's BSC, taking that second place spot. It's up to them to defend next time around. July 10th is East Asia. We'll see you there, or we won't see you at all. Thank you so much for joining us. Peace and much love to you.